and our fellow batchmates. On behalf of Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Hyderabad, we once again extend a hearty welcome to each and every one of you.
Each year at SymbiTalks, we welcome renowned guests from the corporate world to address our students and share their wisdom, the idea for which is to help the students bridge the gap between their college life and the corporate world that they will be entering into as they learn to thrive against all odds. Yesterday, we got to learn about the balance between ruthless efficiency and emotional empathy, and we also gained insights about meeting the ends from our esteemed guest speakers. We got an opportunity to interact with renowned corporate personalities like Mr. A. Vinod Kumar, the CEO of SAND Network, Mr. Deepak Gupta, Group Head, Human Resources, Karvi Group, Mr. Dinesh Bojwani, Head of Human Resources at Star Union Daiichi Life Insurance Limited, Mr. Shekhar Jagannathan, Senior General Manager at Amar Raja Group. Today, we would like to take this event up a notch by bringing on board a few more admirable personalities. It is a matter of great pleasure that we have with us here today a gamut of illustrious chief dignitaries with immense knowledge of industry. We would like to welcome Dr. Ravikumar Jain, Director, SIBM Hyderabad, Dr. Shyam Sundar Chetta, Deputy Director, SIBM Hyderabad, Mr. Nicholas Ross, Head of Corporate Relations, Dr. Tanmoy De, Student Affairs in Charge, Mr. M. Srinivas, Manager, MDP, and all our respected guests to SymbiTalks 6.0. Before we begin with the session, I would like to call upon Dr. Shyam Sundar Chetta, Deputy Director, SIBM Hyderabad, to welcome the gathering.
So, respected Director, Dr. Ravikumar Jain, Head Corporate Relations, Mr. Nicholas Ross, Mr. Srinivas Garu, my faculty and staff colleagues, and my dear student friends. Very happy morning to all, and welcome to this second day of this SymbiTalks 6.0. So, usually we say good morning, but I am saying happy morning. One of my old friends used to always say that, or he used to greet everyone as happy morning instead of good morning, and says that we believe that anything you start on a happy note in the morning, so will have a very fruitful results till the end of the day. So I also expect that we are starting on a very happy note today, and let us have a very fruitful results at the end of the day, right? And definitely it will be there. And yeah, so I welcome you all to this second day of SymbiTalks 6.0. These 2 days are like a feast, or we call it in Hyderabad language as dawat. Okay, so it's like a feast for all of us here. And the entire platter is actually filled with the wisdom, experience, and knowledge of the speakers or the guests who are participating in this event, right? And this platter is like an Akshay Patra, I have to say. Okay, so the more, or which never gets empty. So the more you want, it is ready to provide you the more. Okay. So now it is for us, all of us, like how we wanted to use it. Okay, how much you want actually. So we need to assimilate it for our own benefit. Right. So I have to say that this feast is like one which will not have any diminishing marginal utility. In economics, you might have studied like we have something called as law of diminishing marginal utility. So the more you have, so the utility will come down. But here, this is like, which is never having a diminishing marginal utility. So it will be like increasing utility, we have to say. So ye dil mange more. So we have to say it like, it's like ye dil mange more. So you want more of it. So the more we want, so the more is available for us, right? So we need to actually extract it. Okay, how we wanted to extract it is in our hands. Okay, and yesterday we have enjoyed listening to all the guests, those who were here, and it was really a great experience to listen to them. Okay, and today also we have very great speakers like Mr. Krish Dhanam, okay, and Mr. Prasanna Raghunathan, Ms. Ekta Singh, and we have a power-packed panel discussion in the afternoon, okay. So all these are like, we have to say like offering us the opportunity to learn and take back home the knowledge and wisdom of all these speakers who are present for these 2 days, okay? And today we are beginning the day with the session by Mr. Krish Dhanam. So I welcome you, sir, for this event. And I hope like we are actually beginning this as a breakfast note, I have to say. So definitely I'll say that you will have or you will enjoy the jalpan, the muthia, the kanda poha, okay, the pakhala, mirchi vada, dhokla, appam, poha jalebi, idli chutney, vada sambar, okay, radha vallavi, and all other feasts, I have to say. So from all over the country, so whatever breakfast items you have. So it's all an embodiment of Mr. Krish Dhanam, and definitely you will enjoy it. So I welcome everyone once again, and I welcome Mr. Krish Dhanam for this session. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Let us now light our way into the day. Life is all about growing and developing. No matter how old you get, there is always more to learn and ways that you can continue to grow. However, getting better at anything in life isn't necessarily easy. Instead, it takes work and lots of training. Whether it's training your body or your mind, it is the only way towards real success. Success in management requires training and learning as fast as the world is changing. On this note, we would like to introduce our first speaker of the day, Mr. Krish Dhanam. Mr. Dhanam, a native of India, migrated to the US in 1986 with his wife, Mrs. Anila, with an MBA and $9 in his pocket. Winning a sales contest in 1990 earned him a ticket to a seminar conducted by the legendary motivator, Zig Ziglar. This chance encounter would be the catalyst that shaped the next 2 decades as he joined the Ziglar Corporation in 1991 as a telemarketer and eventually became the vice president of Ziglar worldwide. Through training, teaching, and facilitating seminars all over the world, Mr. Dhanam launched his professional speaking career. As one of only 2 executive coaches personally trained by Zig Ziglar, he has successfully delivered his message of hope, humor, and balance in over 70 countries on 6 continents and throughout the United States. His client list is the who's who of global enterprise, and he has received accolades from some of the most distinguished organizations, including the United States Army, Christian Dior, Cadbury Schweppes, EDS, Texas Instruments, PepsiCo, Marriott Hotels, Hitachi, Toshiba, Enterprise Rent-A-Car, Energizer Batteries, and many more. His messages have been described as the junction where God's ability and man's availability meet hope's accessibility. Today, he is the CEO of Skylife Success, co-founder of his own training company, author of Missives, Motives, and Maxims, The American Dream from an Indian Heart, and From Abstracts to Absolutes, and contributing author to the book Top Performance, written by Zig Ziglar. He also wrote Hard-Headed and Soft-Hearted, which was co-authored by Rick Beluzzo, former president of Microsoft. In the year 2008, following a calling on their heart to do something for their motherland, Mr. Krish and Mrs. Anila formed Mala Ministries. This led to an affiliation with Ravi Zacharias International Ministries, where Mr. Dhanam serves as a global or corporate adjunct. The Dhanams made their home in Flower Mound, Texas. We welcome you, sir. The stage is all yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. I'm going to try to speak slowly. Because they told me that there may be a slight, and I'm going to talk through it. The topic that they gave for you today is training for transformation. And I sent a PDF to the Each of you will get a copy of it. Each of you will get a copy of it. Now this PDF basically contains outline. But I want to share a few stories. I want to share a few stories. I was raised obviously in Visakhapatnam. A few clicks north of where all of you are. And like many of you, I had dreams. But on Krishna Beach, where I looked at the ships in the harbor. And one. Now I look back on that journey. Of almost 30 years. And some of the principles I learned along the way, you graduate and get ready for the workforce. Now, obviously, I'm speaking to a very and you guys have obviously top caliber of people. I graduated in that half of the class. I was not a very good student. And as a result, when a small IMT came along in 1984, I graduated from there. With no hope. IMT is pretty popular now. And most do well, produce good graduates. But one of the drawbacks that I had was, and that is the concept of having will allow the theory of what you're learning with the practice of what is required, and giving you that boot camp, so to speak, and where you want to be. I call this the future skill. So I'm going to give you some ideas. But the and one of these ideas I want to give you. And that just simply means believe you. I remember when I asked Mr. Ziggs what I am now doing. And I asked him, I said, Mr. Ziegler, what would a speaker and trainer? He said, believe you belong. I did not understand the principle of and that means I was not trained in that concept. What he simply was saying was, in order you have to challenge every assumption. You have to challenge tradition. And I was at that time thinking of myself as a small town who would struggle all of my life. My father studied under a street light to graduate. So I came from very humble beginnings. Was so far off the realm. I could not even comprehend it. And one day he asked me to sign a blank sheet. And on that paper, after I signed it, he wrote, I commit to being a 10-year overnight assistant. And what he taught me was fundamentally in fact, I never learned even in business school. In business school, I was taught accomplishment feedback. But nobody ever taught me the concept of playing the long game. Saying, do today what you need to do, so that when tomorrow comes, you'll be able to do what you want to do. And that kind of motivation is what I want to give you today. And as your director or your assistant director said, I am breakfast for you guys. And he listed a lot of breakfast items. I'm an old-fashioned Andhra guy, so we'll say what I'm going to give you today is all right? I so wish I could have been in Hyderabad with you today. It is one of my rituals. The day I land, I go to paradise and have biryani, and I've done that for the last 20 years. And I wish I could have done that, but unfortunately could not do it on this trip because of some issues. Now, in training for transformation, let me take you through a couple of processes. The first is enlist the right people around you. This is called, according to John Maxwell, the law of the inner circle. Who you encourage and bring into your immediate midst are the people who will decide and decipher where you will arrive in life. Enlist the right kind of people. John Maxwell calls this getting the right people on the bus. So the first E stands for enlist. And that means whether you are seeking a mentorship with someone or you're trying to teach someone what you have already learned and become a conduit of learning, whichever way that works. If you're a constant student, you'll be a constant teacher, because the old principle is still the same, that the greatest student is always the greatest teacher and the greatest teacher is always the greatest student. So first, enlist, which is the right people around you. The second is engage. This is the right activity. Now, earlier in my introduction, I briefly shared with you that I was a very poor student. And as a result of it, I really struggled with understanding what the right activity meant. During my academic career, I learned many subjects which I no longer use. It was only when I got to my MBA that I actually began to flourish, because again, growing up as a kid in Andhra, my father wanted me to be a doctor because my brother was an engineer. And as a result, they put me through all the sciences. I have since understood science better when I came to understand that formulaic thinking is something that you have to engage in by understanding the activities around you. What does that mean? Activity simply means making sure that every day you have short-term quantifiable goals. What are you going to do that day? And what is your formula to get there? What are your medium-term goals? What are you going to do and how are you going to get there? What are your long-term goals? What are you going to do and how are you going to get there? And these three types of goals require another bedrock principle, and that is always evaluate what works, what is needed, and what doesn't work. So one of the things I understood in engaging in the right kind of activity is the principle of unlearning, which means getting rid of things that do not work. There are so many things I learned in my journey that do not work. And I understood that a lot of them were tied into tradition and expectation that came from tradition. Some traditions are good, some traditions are not good. One of the traditions that's good, that is part of my Indian identity, is the tradition of loyalty, the tradition of respect, the tradition of bowing to authority. But some of the traditions that didn't work were where they would just tell me, do it because it needed to be done. I'll give you an illustration. It's a tongue-in-cheek illustration, but I actually teach it as a management principle. And I call this the principle of the coconut. I remember when I was a kid in Vizag, my mom used to give me a coconut and asked me to take it down to the temple on the way to school. I asked her what was the purpose of that ritual, and she says, your job is not to ask me questions, your job is to do what you're asked to do. I said, fine, I was obedient. So I would take the coconut and give it to the guy who was in charge of the temple. He would break the coconut, keep half for himself, use the water as a sacrament, and give me the other half as a blessed token to take back to my family. I did that dutifully for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. I think it was every Tuesday that Amma asked me to do that. And one day into my life came the first management consultant. His name was Vikram. He was a friend of mine. He was in my class. He was not a management consultant, but he gave me management consultant advice. He said, hey, listen, the coconut has very many different elements to it, and we're not enjoying all of it. I said, what do you mean? He said, by giving the coconut to that guy, we are sacrificing half of our profit. Second, we are using the water for something that we don't understand, where the water of the coconut is the sweetest part. Now remember, what he was offering was not religious. What my mother was offering was religious. But he gave me a principle of activity. He said, tomorrow I'll bring a hammer when it is your weekly coconut duty. I'll bust open the coconut. I'll bring a glass and we will sip that sweet water, which is the nectar of the gods. Then we'll keep half the coconut, which we will eat during the course of the day. I'll bless the other half of the coconut and you take it and give it to your mother. So it may be a childhood prank, but that's what we did. Now, many years go by and I decide to confide in my mother before she passed. And I said, Amma, you remember that coconut episode? For many years, you gave me a coconut on my way to school. She said, yeah. I said, I'm sorry to tell you that I never got it to the temple. Vikram was blessing that coconut and sending it back home, or at least half of it. My mother's words still ring true in my head when I remember what she said. She used that all catch-all Telugu phrase, ayyo. She said, ayyo, that's why we've been having such bad luck. She didn't even know. And that's when I realized that tradition can never be strategy and culture can never be a formula by itself. It has to have something it stands on. And what it stands on is the activity that decides how far you're going to go in life. So the first principle is enlist the right people. The second is engage in the right activity. The third is enrich. This is getting the right information. I can tell you without any fear of error, even though I graduated top of my class or came in second in my class in business school, like I said, I was not a good student. But for the last 27 years, I have woken up most days between 4 and 4:30 in the morning, and I write for half an hour and I read for half an hour. Now, as I get older and I'm about to turn 60, I may decide to go back and take a nap at that point because I own my own company and I have that luxury. But for the longest time, my daily ritual was that I enriched myself with new information that was good, that was clean, that was pure, that was powerful, and that was positive. Psychologists have said that the first input you put into your mind every morning is more powerful than the next 5. Make sure that what you put into your mind every morning is not corrupt. And as your esteemed deputy director said, this knowledge, this wisdom that you have come here to soak in, make sure it is not suffering from those diminishing returns. By the same token, don't add without deleting. By that means unlearn that which has not worked, replace it with new stuff. Then the last foundational principle, and then I'll give you some other ideas, is this is called empower. This is the right direction. Where do you want to go in this world? Now, when I remember my time sitting on Ramakrishna Beach looking at those ships, I used to play a game. And the game was, I wonder where that ship is going. And I would name a foreign country. Then I would go back to the encyclopedia or whatever we had to use as a resource guide. We didn't have Google that you guys have now. And I would read everything about that country, its primary exports, its principal imports, its currencies, who were its heroes, when did it gain its revolution, what were the setbacks, what were the drawbacks. Now I have successfully presented in 70 countries on 6 continents. When I look back to those early days, I think I surpassed the number of countries I named by pointing to ships, because when I lived there, I may not have known the name of very many countries. What helped me when I arrived in these countries like Indonesia or Singapore or Malaysia or anywhere in South America or all through Europe, I was just in Eastern Europe a couple of weeks ago, I knew enough about them to engage myself to be practical. So when I talk about this principle of empowering yourself, don't just sit there to get there, sit there to arrive more informed. Your competition is getting keener, are you? Everybody around this world who has a degree, who has education, comes into the marketplace. Organizations have their set criteria for how they're going to hire. You have to follow the trends. You have to follow the logic of what the marketplace demands. But at the end of the day, I would encourage you to know more about where you're arriving than the people you're arriving to interact with. Now, that's a tall order, but hear me carefully. In a book called Top Performance that I had the privilege of writing with the late, great Zig Ziglar, we articulated this. 97% of the people in this world operate in the comfort zone. 3% of the people in this world operate in the effective zone. The difference between comfort and effectiveness is called growth, and growth has always been uncomfortable. If you want to be a 3%er when you launch your career, when you step into your career, when you move ahead in that career, remember that stat: 97% comfort zone, good, honest, tax-paying, law-abiding. 3% effective, pedal to the metal, waking up. Sybil Stanton said, discipline is not on your back, needling you with imperatives. It's at your side, encouraging you with incentives. To which I'd like to add, the day you make yourself a slave to discipline, the world will become your oyster. Nothing gratifies me more than the fact that you actually called this SymbiTalks something that will help you as the gap between the qualitative of what you're learning, or the theoretical, and the practical. So utilize those four as a foundation, and let me give you a few more encouraging precepts for the definition and the expansion, and hopefully that'll take us to our time allotted. Many of you are proponents of artificial intelligence, and if you are following trends on social media, you have probably stumbled on something called metaverse. Metaverse is going to be all the rage in the future. It is taking artificial intelligence, or AI, to new levels. But there's one thing I have realized in leadership. Even during the pandemic, when most people were away and had to be relegated to their homes, and offices were working in a hybrid nature with a digital footprint, many leaders reached out to me and asked me, what should I do in this time to make myself relevant to my people, because I don't see them every day? I said, over communicate. If you only walked by their cube or their office once a day, send them a text 5 times a day. Your own team will tell you, I'm very prompt, or my office is very prompt in how we respond to you. The reason is we try to always over communicate because we don't know what people need. And so that would become the new principle. Now, how does that tie into AI? Remember this and write this principle down if you have a sheet of paper and a pen somewhere. High tech will never replace high touch as it comes to motivation and increasing performance. It may increase productivity in a robotic way. And if you want to consider yourself an automaton with no feelings, then more power to you. But if you want to succeed in an organization, you have to realize, some years ago, there was a study done by Harvard University. And the study said that roughly 97%, even they had the same number. They said, majority of the people, 85% was their number. 85% of the reason a person gets a job, keeps a job, and moves ahead in that job is because of their attitude. Only 15% is because of their skills. So obviously in business school, you're learning the skills, you're learning the economics, you're learning the finance, you're learning the productivity, you're learning the marketing, you're learning sales, you're learning organization development, you're learning operations research. You're learning everything you require, but in the grand scheme, that will amount to 15%. 85% is how you think about it and how you apply it. So I want to give you something called the future is here, and give you a few definitions so that you can jar your mind and make you think. Now, one of the statements that I hear a lot as a I've been a management consultant now for 25 years, and everywhere I've asked, people have completed it. And if we were talking live and interacting, you would as well. If I gave you the statement, think outside all of your lips would mouth box. We have been taught that, think outside the box, think outside the box. And I jokingly tell them, no, the time has come to get back in the box and pray for a bigger box. What do I mean by that? Think about it. When you're born in a hospital, that's a box. They take you home in a car, that's a box. You live in a house, that's a box. People know that you're born, and every year on your birthday, they bring you gifts, that's a box. And when you die, some of you will go in a box. So at the end of the day, we spend most of our life in a box. I don't know why we want to think outside of it. I'd rather get back in it and pray for a bigger box. Because I've traveled around the world, I found out that people who were constantly searching for outside the box thought processes, which are good and liberating, ended up chasing rabbits that would never satisfy them, which means there comes a limit to what can be outside the realm of your imagination. It's okay to explore that, but at some point you got to look at your consistent qualities and say, you know what? I'll never be a neurosurgeon because, hey, I'm not in medical school. Hey, I'll never be an astronaut, so let me stop dreaming about that. Let me get back to the basics. What can I do? And put one foot in front of the other. So I want to give you some principles on the thinking inside the box, which may be radical to you, but it's not eliminating imagination. It is curtailing that which is possible for you so that your journey is more secure and more comfortable. Understand culture and civility. Understand culture from the standpoint of your participation in it. Understand civility from how well you react or negotiate. So when I get a call, one of the first things I always do is I say, if within reason we can do it, we will. I don't know how many of you know the time difference right now, but it's little past 11 p.m. at night, my time. Now in India, it's not a big deal. Most people are awake till 11. And when I call my friends in India, they're awake. But I go to bed most days at 9 o'clock because I wake up at 4. So on this particular day, I have to understand culture and civility means I have to interact with culture as it is presented to me, and I have to be civil in my discourse. You cannot ever complain. When you come on, you cannot start with this, woe is me, I'm the big martyr, I'm up at 11 o'clock speaking to you. You have to have a warm smile on your face and be ready to do what you're required to do. Second is conflict and cooperation. This is becoming a big buzzword because many people are forgetting the ability to cooperate because they're focusing on the conflict. Right now in the world, if you take it social conflict, there are about 66 hotspots in the world that could erupt into full-blown civil war at the drop of a hat. I go to sub-Saharan Africa where many of these places, you know, the chieftains can suddenly one day turn, create a militia and take over a country. But when you look at conflict, whether it is business conflict or social conflict, always ask yourself, and I want to paint you a picture. This is a picture that was given to me. There was a bully, a guy who irritated and commanded other people. He was a tall kid, he was a big kid, and he always picked on the smallest kid in his school. So one day he went to the smallest kid in the school and he says, give me your money. And the small kid in the school who had been bullied all along suddenly realized it was time to start cooperation. So he drew a line in the sand and he asked the bully, he says, I dare you to step across that line. This big brawny guy triumphantly stepped across the line, at which point the little kid said, now we're on the same side. In order to understand conflict and cooperation, one of the things you have to totally believe in is the fact that there's not one of you in this room, in this auditorium, watching live stream, there's not one of you smarter than all of you put together. Now, what does that mean? You have to let go of perception if you want to cooperate. Recently, about a week and a half ago, I was in a prison in Ocala, Florida, because some people who are serving life in prison found my YouTube clip on goal setting and asked me to come. Now, these are people who will never get out. They just want to finish their life in prison with some kind of positivity. And one of the inmates who's serving time, his wife reached out to me, said, would you come? Now, the prison system doesn't pay, so my foundation, my ministry would pay for it. But it means giving up a Saturday. It means giving up a Saturday to going to somebody who cannot help you, to going to somebody who cannot offer you anything. So as a result of that, I remember spending a day with these people, and the man who had invited me into the prison has been there for 30 years. And yet when I left, he had tears in his eyes. He says, thank you for not just blowing us off as somebody who doesn't deserve somebody who runs 3 companies or speaks all over the world. I want to embed this in a principle in you from a very young age. Understand the 3 components of cooperation and life will be your oyster. Understand that you always have to give of your talent to a place where you will not be rewarded for it. You always have to give of your time to a place that cannot do anything for you. And you always have to relinquish some of your treasure to the less fortunate. Emerson said, if you're going to pull me up, you better be on higher ground. Coach Joby Harris said, otherwise the day will come when by the sheer weight of our numbers, we will pull you down. Understand that cooperation and conflict. The third one I want to illustrate for you is something called commitment and confidence. Now, commitment is a big word. We say we have to make a commitment. alumni, we have to make a commitment to the organization's charter. That's a different commitment. That's just a commitment based on interaction. I'm talking about making commitments that last a lifetime. I'm talking about making a commitment that you are willing to see. Character is the ability to have pride in the mundane. I wish somebody had told me this principle when I was in business school. What is the mundane? What we do every day. We wake up every day, we go eat a little breakfast, we get in our automobile, we listen to some music, we come to our, whatever we do. Having character is having pride in the mundane, which means whatever you do every day, do it as if it's the last day you get to do it, because one of these days it will be the last day. Now in January, I will turn 60 years of age. And people ask me, in fact, when I was pulling into my office, I'm calling you from my office right now. My house is about 25 miles away, and I drove in about 9 o'clock. As I was pulling into the office, one of our executives was leaving the office, and he says, "Why do you come and do these things so at such odd hours?" I said, "Because it's the right time for them, because they are awake, they are energized. If I use my expertise and say I can only come on a Zoom call at 10 o'clock my time in the morning and 10 p.m. your time, I may have a few takers, but I will never have any listeners." Here's the principle. If you want to understand commitment and confidence, understand the fact that unless you're uncomfortable, you will never be effective. Unless you're uncomfortable, you will never be effective. You cannot just go with the flow. The food we eat on the mountaintop only grows in the valley. Nothing grows on the mountaintop. So when you're in the doldrums, that's the time to buck up. When COVID happened, my clients all over the world said, "Will you speak to us?" I said, "Yeah, I'll have to speak to you, but I have a principle. I'll speak to you real time," which means if it's Malaysia, it's 1 o'clock in the morning here. If it's India, it's 10 at night here, whatever it is. But I had a problem. We had a lockdown going on in the United States. How am I going to get to my studio? I didn't want to disturb my family by doing the broadcast from the house. So I called a client of mine and I said, "Can you give me a minimum wage job by spreading out my contract and send me a check every Friday?" He said, "Why?" I said, "Your company has been designated essential. And because your company is designated essential, if I'm an employee of your company, I'll become an essential person and the police will not stop me. I'll just say I'm an essential services company and I can go to my studio." Now, why am I sharing sacrifice? Because I have realized this. I've been in management, I've run companies, I've run teams, I've spoken for all the major organizations in the world. And every leader worth his salt that I have met who has accomplished greatness, when I said, "If you had to do it all over again, what would you do?" They said, "I'd give myself away more. I would teach my skills to those who never could go to school to learn them." I actually take teams from the US to Africa to teach people there who can never come to a college. And that's important. So then the next principle is communication and commonality. If you want to increase your game, and if you want to increase your game, change your communication. Now, by communication, I mean there are about 3 or 4 levels of communication. Level 1 communication is what we call frivolous communication. It's meaningless banter. When we just go through the pleasantries and good morning, nobody really cares. The bottom line is you have to go through that because it's a part of existence. But let me tell you the truth. In the grand scheme of things, nobody cares for frivolous communication. It is just an exchange. Level 2 is factual communication. So in level 1, they just react because you're there. In level 2, they may respond because you're there, you're giving the facts. But in order to get people to perform because you're there, you have to move to feeling. This is where IQ and EQ merge. IQ and EQ merge to give you that persistence quotient, which allows that feeling to take place. Now, if I had to take a guess, and if I was in the auditorium here, I would have done something by asking you, how many of you, and maybe I'll ask you that, and if you answer the question, I can see your hands. How many of you are physiologically more energized than when I started speaking, which means you feel a little motivated? Can I see a show of hands? Any of you motivated? Okay. Do you really think it's because I put something in the seats? No. I shared a few words by way of a virtual mechanism that is coming to you off a screen and a speaker. You're listening with a little bit of a sound delay, but the words make a difference. Here's why communication is the most important parameter I have ever learned in my journey, both in sales and in marketing. Here's the principle. Scientists have said that at the end of the cells, we have something called neurotransmitters, the neuroreceptors that house the neurotransmitters. The neurotransmitters are big names like serotonin and norepinephrine, and these are drugs. These are drugs that are produced by the brain. They are brain-enhancing chemicals that when the body and the mind hears something that is good, that is powerful, that is energetic, that is empowering, it gives us that internal jog. And as a result, we get excited, and in our mind, we frame the thought, if he can, I can too. Because I want you to think about it this way. Don't look at someone coming to you from Dallas, Texas. The guy who is your speaker today would not have been allowed to be admitted into Symbiosis. I did not have the grades. I would not have passed the entrance exam to get into your institute. And today, 35 years later, I have spoken in every institute in India that would have never had me as a student. Why? Their standards were high. But the one thing I have learned in my communication to myself is I'm going to play the long game, and one day something will change. Maybe I'll give them something else. Maybe they will not invite me to talk on marketing. Maybe I'm not good enough for that. But what am I good enough for? That self-talk propels you. That self-talk encourages you. Here's a fact. Did you know that 85% of our self-talk is of a negative nature? Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It won't happen to me. It happened to him. He was lucky. He met Zig Ziglar. I'll never meet that. He met Drake Beluzzo, wrote a book. It'll never happen for me. Why not? Why don't we start with, if it happens for him, it can happen to me. If it doesn't happen for me, I didn't lose anything. Hear me carefully. If you try something you've never tried before and you fall flat on your face, you break even. You didn't have it to begin with. You gave it a shot. You came up short. Big deal. So think about the internal conversation, the self-talk. What are you saying to yourself on a daily basis? What information are you planting in your mind on a daily basis? How are you understanding when you look at your subjects? Are you learning them with the idea of just passing an exam? If so, what will happen is if you study well enough, you'll pass the exam. Life is tough. It's not an exam. And you're preparing right now to get into that place where your qualitative mind and the theoretical prowess that you have, being a major institution, and your rankings are pretty high as to where you rank in the country. So you have to be proud of where you are, but you have to have that mindset of how do I jump that hurdle? So the two other things I want to give you in the interest of time is the emotion to explore. So the first is the future is here, but how do I get the emotion to explore whether this is individually available to me? I want to give you 3 words. And if you use these 3 words as part of your daily arsenal, again, I promise you success. I don't guarantee anything because you have to do the work, but I do promise that if you do the work, you will succeed. The first is pride. Now, if I look at the word pride, written in the English vernacular, P-R-I-D-E, years ago, I wrote an acrostic for it. For pride, I wrote personal recognition instills in me a desire for excellence. Personal recognition instills in me a desire for excellence. Why did I say personal recognition? Because on the societal standard, I had come up short. I had disappointed my dad. My dad wanted me to go to medical school. He put me in one side of the entrance exam. I ran out on the other side of the exam. When I was in my BCom in Vizag, I kind of wasted my life pretty much. I had some money that came to me, so I kind of was not a very good student. But when I got to my MBA, I got a little serious because I had been given a second chance. Some place wanted me, and they had given me some promises and all that, and all of them panned out. But personal recognition. I said all my life I wanted to please other people. And that's okay, that's noble. But when am I going to look in the mirror and say, mirror, mirror on the wall, here I am, what's my call? When am I going to give myself a self-talk saying 8.2 billion people on planet Earth and God in his divine wisdom made only one me? Which means I'm not like everybody else and I don't want to be compared to everybody else. I'll compete, but I won't compete because of comparison. I'll compete because I can complete and win. Mr. Ziegler gave me this principle differently when he says, you were born to win. But in order to be the winner you were born to be, you have to plan to win and prepare to win. Only then can you legitimately expect to win. You know, he gives the illustration, and I'll share with you. He says, don't be like the farmer who stands in front of a dusty, barren pasture of land that is dry and say, Lord, give me a bumper crop this year, and next year I'll plant some seed. Or be like the student who goes to his teacher and says, Professor, give me a passing grade this time. Next year, I'll study more than anybody else. What we have been conditioned to ourselves is, reward me now and I'll perform later. Now, one of the things I have seen within the youth movement in India of young people getting employed is they have that same mindset. That is, I'm going to take a job on Monday here. If I get a better offer on Thursday there, I'm going to hold that as leverage on Monday. And on Friday, I'm going to go to the third person. What we are saying is, give me my due now. And that's okay. But a foundation built on expectation and anticipation and hope will not only work unless you have a definite plan in place. So understand these principles of the communication, but ask yourself, do you have authentic self-pride? Now, arrogance is false pride. False pride is when a person thinks that he's the best at everything and you have to recognize him because he's the best at everything. Muhammad Ali actually backed it up, but Muhammad Ali would go around saying, I'm the greatest. I'm the greatest. That's false pride. At least he had the technique. But there are a lot of people who call themselves the greatest, which is an oxymoron. But the reality of it is healthy self-pride. I have planned, I have prepared. Personal recognition instills in me a desire for excellence. You know, the automobile Lexus in the United States has a moniker when it first came out, the relentless pursuit of perfection. Relentless, never ending, always working, pursuit, journey, perfection, a goal. I would encourage you to have something like that as your moniker for your life. Mine, I just borrowed from the Boy Scouts of America. My moniker or my personal motto to me says this, to be the best I can be to all that depend on me. My life is really simple. I mean, they read big bios, you pay marketing people, they'll write them. But my life is very simple. My email ID says Anila's husband and Nick's dad. It doesn't say VP of this and president of that and author of this and speaker. None of that matters. That all was a choice. But Mary Crowley said, every choice works until it begins to control the chooser. Choosing is easy, but when it controls the chooser, life gets liberated. If you choose the right things, amazing things will happen. Now, let me give you one quick story, and then, I think I'm getting pretty close to my wind-up time. I think I got another 10 minutes to go. But some years ago in Hyderabad, I was sitting and I was sharing some of these principles with an audience. Well, in the audience was my 75-year-old father. My dad was sitting in the audience. My dad had done his BSc from Andhra University in botany, went to work for a petrochemical company, had a family to support. But 1955, he finished his BSc with a third division, okay? So you know the type, your parents will probably tell you the same story. So as I'm sharing all these stories of motivation and possibility and all that, my dad raises his hand in the Q&A. He says, is there hope for someone like me? I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, all my life I gave to other people. Am I too old to do anything? I said, no, Dad, when your obligations to others finish, your obligations to your dreams remain. I said, let's get that BSc degree and go back to the university and see if they'll accept it. We went to Andhra University and they found a way in which they could get him into the MA philosophy department if he took an entrance exam and did it correspondence partly and partly with a research fellow of some kind. And lo and behold, at the age of 77, my dad got his MA. Then my dad wrote a dossier, a 50-page dossier, which he submitted to Andhra University. I still have a copy in my house. He said, I want a seat on the PhD program. And they said, we can't give you a seat on the PhD program. Do you realize that you're asking? It's very difficult to get in. He says, well, I've qualified. What do I need to do? Take another entrance exam. He took another entrance exam. And so under special provision from the Vice Chancellor of Andhra University, my dad got permission at the age of 79 to begin his PhD in the philosophy department. My dad had a goal. 2.5 years was the earliest you could submit your thesis or your dissertation. And he told me, he says, son, 2.5 years from now, I want you to be in India and we're going to take my dissertation together. These are the books I need. I brought him a laptop. One of his former secretaries came out of retirement, helped him with the typing in 2.5 years. Now, what was my dad's goal? My dad's goal was he wanted to get on the same board in Andhra University where Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishna is the first PhD and my dad's name would be make that board. He didn't. He missed it. He got on the second board because someone else qualified. But at the age of 81 and 82, when I would go to Vizag, my father would be up at 3 in the morning writing his notes, studying. Now, why I tell you the story is my dad never went to school in a management capacity. One day his son was talking in a seminar like this and my dad got motivated. But here's the beauty of it. The Hindu newspaper and a couple of other, I think Inadu came up to my dad and said, we want to interview you, because at that time he was the oldest person to get a PhD from Andhra University, the age of 83. They said, when you started at the age of 79, did you realize you would be 83 when you finished? He says, I did. And I realized I would be 83 even if I didn't finish. So bottom line is, it doesn't matter. And then they asked him, why did you do it? He said, because I can. I love that answer. The simplicity of a life well lived coming down into one statement, because I can. So that's the question I want to ask you today. If you went back tonight and looked in the mirror, looked at your past, looked at your background, looked at where you came from, looked at where you're going, your academics, all of that, and in the mirror you looked at yourself and you said, what are some things you can say? Because I can. Because I can. Now, hear me carefully. I shared this earlier. If you try something you have never tried before and you come up short, you break even. You didn't have it to begin with. You gave it a shot. You came up short. When Edmund Hillary climbed Mount Everest in 1953, along with Tenzing Norgay, he didn't get up there and say, oh my God, I don't know how I got here. It's a real tall mountain. And I was just walking around and suddenly I'm here. No, he planned, he prepared. In fact, Edmund Hillary had failed to conquer Everest 5 times before he summited Everest on the 6th time. Read about his exploits in the book High Adventure. I had a privilege in New Zealand of going to the War Museum and actually seeing the axe that Edmund Hillary used, because he was one of my heroes. Because Edmund Hillary, before he conquered Everest, was invited to a gathering where the press gathered and said, sir, we heard that you're trying to conquer Everest. He said, yes, you're right. And they said that, you know, it is amazing that a man of your ability is almost at the top. And Edmund Hillary was frustrated. His goal was not to be recognized as someone who almost did it. And the story says that behind him, there was a picture of Mount Everest. So while he's speaking to the meeting, he makes a fist and points it at Everest and said, Everest, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you because you have grown just about all you are going to grow. But I am still growing. And that's important because when he summited Everest, Edmund Hillary later on said, nobody remembers who conquered Everest second. But here's how history has remembered that summit. Now many people have summited Everest. Many hundreds have summited without oxygen, which means that the obstacle remained the same, but the parameters of achievement kept getting extended. Same with Roger Bannister. They said the mile could not be run in under 4 minutes. Medical doctor, they said it would not happen. He hired the 4 best quarter-mile pacers, and bottom line is, again, in 1953, Bannister ran the mile in under 4 minutes. Not impressive, but what is more impressive is the fact that in one race, less than 7 months later, 7 people broke the barrier. So here's the question. What are the barriers that are self-imposed? that are preventing us from having that joy of believing that when I graduate, when I get out into the workplace, not only can I be an adequate team member, I can be a team leader, I can come up with energizing ideas, but by the same token, I want to give you one final principle, and that is this. From this day forward, have a dream that your streams of income will only be exceeded by your streams of imagination. Because that's the beauteous thing. I've been asked this question all over the world. Of all the nations you have visited, which one was the best? And I say imagination. Imagination has been the best nation because it's allowed me to dream. So that's all the remarks I had for you. I think they've given me about 57 minutes. So I've just about wrapped up my thoughts. You should get a PDF of the entire outline for you. My email address should be on there. If not, ask the organizers. We respond to everybody personally. Follow us on LinkedIn. I don't do a lot of any of the other social media. LinkedIn is about the only thing I'm on. We'd love to engage with you. And the next time I'm in Hyderabad, hopefully I get a chance to come see you guys in person. So thank you all so much for the privilege, and God bless.
Thank you, sir, for an eye-opening session. This was definitely a head start for the day, as we learned from your experiences to enlist the right people around you, engage in the right activity and enrich. We're highly empowered to utilize these principles to train ourselves for transformation. Sir, we're highly grateful to learn from you to never stop believing in ourselves. Thank you, sir. It was an honor to host you today.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Hello, sir.
He disconnected.
He disconnected. Okay. Uh, should I ask sir to join again?
Yes. Yes, separately.
Join please. Same this, no, sir?
Yes, same.
Just change the setting to me.
Let him join. वो join करने के बाद हुआ है. वो join नहीं किया, एक ही है तो वो एक ही आ.
But ये species
आपने मुझे forward किया मैं लिंक.
हाँ सर.
Symbiosis HYD.
Yeah, IT sir.
Symbiosis HYD.
अच्छा Symbiosis HYD पे चाहिए.
Facilitates with experiential knowledge methodology.
Symbiosis HYD.
Currently, the learning and development facility performance goals.
Symbiosis HYD. Type करिए.
And heartfulness meditation.
HYD@gmail.com. HYD@gmail.com.
ठीक है?
हाँ.
फॉरवर्ड कर दिया सर.
Assign to hashtag.
Because people are saying they can hear it. I inform you into
You're asking for the PR bytes, right? Okay, I'll get in touch with the Jalani sir and ask him to do this. Wait for that. Sir, उसकी recording का कर रहा हूँ. एक मिनट.
In all this industry, all the elements don't go beyond that screen.
Sir, is it like a screen YouTube पे show हो रहा है?
नहीं. एक मिनट.
Someone is working there and project is I believe it will be for someone just keep check on and what they should be using the camera 1 day.
अभी चेक कर. 40 seconds का gap.
YouTube वालों को ना?
Is he good? Is he good to go for the PR bytes?
Yes, is there?
Sir, is this being recorded?
Yes.
Done. Okay. So now all set for PR bytes of is going ahead with the same and recording is in progress.
Getting the ends right. And I would like to actually take you on this analogy.
सर अभी भी आ रही है आवाज. हाँ ठीक है.
Let us take this analogy that we all right. इनका आवाज उधर जा. चेंज करना पड़ेगा.
Expectation of that kind of a performance, what is also is likely to happen is that the piston will work faster and the possibility of friction is very, very high, right? And along with this engine, you also see something, right? The engine oil. What is the role of the engine oil, if you have to think about it? Guess it for a moment. I'm sure some of this is what you might have thought. Better lubrication. So when you make that kind of an organization with a lot of people who are going to be common in all kinds of changes, the conflicts are common, right? Interpersonal relationship is common, which we are going to address eventually as leaders. And here, we will be looking forward to perform in that, through that engine with a better lubrication. If this lubrication is not enough, you know what happens. And this engine oil also cleans the engines. So in all this kind of high performance, we also go through some, what do you call, some deposits being stored in us, in the engine. And when there is conflict moments, we also know that there are some deposits, accumulation of some deposits in us also. Is it not important to handle them effectively? Right? Would it not help us to have a better performance of the engine and a longer durability of that engine? Also, the effective cooling, when there is the demand for the high performance, you all know that the heat increases, the temperature increases, and it is very important that we cool them down. How else can we do as people except communication? So, for running this great engine, we need to have that kind of an engine oil, which is going to be the communication. I would like to present you that engine oil here in the form of nonviolent communication. So what is nonviolent communication? The first question might come to your mind is that, what is in it for me? What is in it for you? Okay. Right? So what is in it for me is available here. It helps us build a relationship based on trust and mutuality. Helps us hear the other person accurately for their feelings and needs, even if it is expressed in the most hostile manner. Right? Third, it helps us make assertive request to people, which increases the likelihood of what we want from the other person. Happens in all the organizations. And fourth, it helps and prevent and resolve the conflicts, which is extremely, extremely crucial, and eventually helps us prevent stress and depression in ourselves. Try to correlate with the same engine, right? So when we are dealing with people, when the frictions are high, when the interpersonal relationship is not going on really well, can we ensure and sustain that organization for a long time if this engine oil is not available? So I'm going to help you share certain insights from nonviolent communication. This is actually founded by Dr. Marshall Rosenberg, right? It is practiced by a world network of people who are mediators, who are volunteers and facilitators. The primary help that it does is that it improves relationship and it has a practical means of promoting peace, right? So this half an hour will not only help you for you to do well in your career, but also in your personal life. But for that, I'm going to be asking you to do one thing, right? Will you be willing to do what I'm going to ask you to do? Think about it and answer. I'm going to ask you to conduct an experiment. Are you willing to conduct an experiment? Right? So who is going to conduct the experiment? It is you, meaning you are the experimenter. What are you going to experiment? Or in other words, the object of experiment? You. What will be the result of this experiment? Once again, it's you. Right? How are you going to do this? I want all of you to recall one of the recent incidents that happened in your life. What incident am I talking about? In your life, somebody didn't behave in a way you appreciate. Recall that situation. Somebody didn't behave in a way that you appreciate. What did you communicate with that person? How this interaction went on? What were your feelings at that time? How was the end of that particular conversation? Positive, negative, as you expected, or something different than what you expected? Think about that. Because when you think about that, I prefer to have kind of an interaction. You may be thinking that in a kind of a guest lecture, how is it possible to have? I'm going to take your help because we all human beings like to contribute for other person, or in other words to say, we all like to enrich the other person's lives, right? So I'm not used to one way, right, monologues. I prefer a dialogue. So I have a medium to make you respond to that. I hope you all are having a mobile phone with you, right? Do you? Right. We'll use that. So what are you going to do is that when you had this interaction with that person, 11, when you had this interaction with that person, you told this person, the problem with you is X, Y, Z. What is that you said? Because you didn't like the behavior, you went to give the feedback, or you wanted that person to do something differently. So you would have definitely started, you did so and so, brother. Right? The problem with you is, okay, what is that? What is the first sentence that you said? Right? Can you? Yeah, go there. So you need to go to the next tab. Project the web page instead of PPT. So you're going to actually use, we are going to use something called Mentimeter. Some of you might be knowing it. And there will be an access code. And I want you to please record your response over there. So we will see. Are you all ready with your response? So what is the first statement that you said to the person? The problem with you is dash. So I see some of you may be watching online, right? So I'm told that students from the other college also might be viewing this. In case you are viewing me through YouTube live channel, I would request you also to please do the same exercise. Remember the 3 roles you're going to play: the experimenter, object of experiment, and let us talk about the result a little later. All right? So you may also please pick up your pen and a paper and write down this conversation. So I see there is a possible technical glitch which is not helping us to have this interaction platform. However, we'll continue with that. They found a solution, right? Yes, it is. So you need to go to this www.menti.com, and there will be this access code which is mentioned over there. As you see on the top of the screen, 10395657. People who are watching online also, please, you can use this. And write, what is the first statement you said to that person? The problem with you is dash. Let's wait for the response. You do now want to give it a chance. You are caught up in your own negativity. It goes in a different tone actually. You are caught up in your own negativity in a very high voice. You are selfish and moody all the time. Excellent. You are a bad listener. You never listen, right? You always procrastinate. You don't care about this. You don't pick up calls on time, etc., etc., and etc. All these things, is it really going to help us connect with the person or disconnect with the person? Has it promoted connection for you or disconnection for you? What do you think? Right? Definitely disconnection. And how to deal with that? So this is what Marshall Rosenberg, okay, back to PPT. puts it across. So please stay alive with those feelings, whatever is alive in you, right? What you felt when you said this. Things like you never listen. Things like you don't have the right mindset. You're always negative. You procrastinate X, Y, Z. You're an idiot. You're a fool. Whatever it may be, right? You never listen to my words. All these different kinds of words, which we all know that it disconnects us from the other person. So that's why Marshall says this is life-alienating communication. And he puts it across into 4 different buckets of Ds. He calls it disconnecting Ds. What is disconnecting? It is disconnecting us from the other person. It is disconnecting the life between two of us. Number 1, diagnosis. So when we get into a diagnosis of the other person's behavior, may it be criticism of the other person, may it be comparison, may it be analysis of the person's character. When we share this, do you think that the person is hearing what you are going through in your heart? No. He hears criticism. He hears it as you are commenting on him or her, right? And does it promote cooperation or resistance? Right? How many of you think it promotes cooperation? If you think yes, can you show thumbs up? Okay. How many of you think that it promotes resistance? Can you show thumbs up for this? Yes. Thank you for that. So this is what happens in the disconnecting language. Number 2, what you see on the slide is that it is denial of responsibility. When I speak in a word that you made me feel like that, right? You always speak to me, but the way you dealt with me, you made me feel I am a failure. So for something which I am going through, I put the responsibility on someone else. So denying the responsibility. When I say that I pay taxes, many people say that I had to pay taxes. Then why are you paying? The question will come into our mind, right? But what is actually happening is that the person is wanting to comply with the government rule and paying the taxes, although it is taxing his family income, but still he wants to be a compliant citizen. So instead of saying, I had to pay taxes, he may want to say, I want to be a compliant citizen, I'm paying taxes. Meaning, I'm actually accepting responsibility for what I'm doing. And also to include that in my language. Right? So then only what I am going through and what I am thinking and feeling and needing, only if I communicate it effectively, do I have the chance that the other person will understand and act in accordance with what I'm expecting from him, isn't it? And when I am not clear in what I am communicating, how is it possible that I expect the other person to understand what I'm already not clear and behave in a way that I want him to behave? Is it possible? Right? Third one, demanding, which we all might have experienced in some part of the life or still experiencing, when the other person do not give us choice. What is the difference, or what is the opposite of demand? We all know it is request. But if I ask a question, what is the difference between request and demand? One of the common answer I get is that request is very humble. Request is very polite. Request in a soft tone, whereas demand in a very, very harsh tone. Those are not the right answers. We are not in agreement if you are also thinking that. A request is only a request if you are willing to hear a no after asking that request. However polite it may be, however humble it may be, once the person says no, if we react in a way that we begin to blame or make him feel guilty, right, then it is no longer a request, it is a demand in polite form. So when somebody is demanding, we all might have experienced this, what choices did we have? We had only 2, either to comply with the demand or to rebel. Agree? Did we have any other choice? Okay. Those who rebelled, you rebelled for standing up for your own rights. Good. How is the energy between the 2 persons in the conversation? Think about it. On the contrary, think about the second case when I have complied, I've submitted. Okay. Then also I have cooperated with the other person. How is the energy in that conversation? In future, if I want to do something heartfully to the other person, would I ever do it to someone who is demanding to me? So, nonviolent communication is all about promoting giving from heart. I'm going to ask you to do something, you will do it only if you're willing to do it. When that energy is there, when we all are wanting to contribute, we all are wanting to give from heart, won't it be wonderful? Right? Then how to promote that? That question will come to your mind now. How can I have that engine oil which is ensuring all this smoothness, which is increasing productivity, which is also ensuring durability for the engine which I'm going to make in future, right? Fourth one, deserve-oriented language. So you all might have seen the news in the recent 1 week where you might have heard about an organization calling people on Zoom and firing in one go. Heard about it, right? And yesterday's news also talks about that the person is stepping back. Heard about it? No? Right? It was there. Some talks were going on like that. Imagine all those employees who are part of the Zoom calls, what they might be thinking about this news now. Oh, he did that. He deserves that, correct? He deserves to be punished. He didn't behave in a way he was supposed to behave. He deserves to be punished. Happens in family also at times, right? So when we remind the other person that you didn't do that to me, now you're paying your karma back, right? People take pleasure in saying that also. So this is a fourth disconnection, right? That's happening, especially when life will not be that wonderful to actually, transact with people. So I hope you can appreciate this. This will not only happen in your personal life, it will also happen in your, interpersonal relationship with your colleagues, anywhere. And how to prevent that? Let's go to that now. Yeah. So the four steps NVC proposes is very simple, as you can see here. All it requires is that we share observation to the other person, right? In all those points which you have shared with me through Menti, we are going to see whether it is an observation or an evaluation. And second point is about sharing my feeling. So when I observe something, what my feeling was when I was going through such kind of a situation. Third, I have a feeling of, let us say, positive emotion or a negative emotion. For reasons, if my need is met, I have a positive feeling. If my need is not met, I have a negative feeling, right? So, source of all feelings are some needs, whether it is met or unmet. I'm going to be sharing that need also, right, to the other person. And last is that based on this, I'm going to request the other person to do something in a different way. These are the simple 4 steps of NVC, right? And next, okay. So this is what Marshall actually shares with us, a metaphor in differentiating between the world which we generally know and the world that we would like to be in future. So as you can see on your right-hand side, it is jackal or the fox, which we generally call, right? So what do you think of jackal? The moment you hear the word jackal, what quality comes to your mind? Think about it. Cleverness, cunningness, right? That's why the eyes will also be different on the picture. You don't see like this, you see like this. Eh? Oh, you're wearing like this, come on. Huh? And on the other hand, it is giraffe. So NVC language is also addressed as giraffe's language. Why giraffe? That is an animal on land which has the largest heart. So NVC can also be addressed as heartful communication. That's what my guide addresses. In giraffe language, we only do observation, meaning we don't get into interpretations and judgments, because interpretation and judgment disconnects me from the other person. Whereas sharing only the observation, it is as it is just neutral description about what I have seen and heard about your behavior. So that still gives me the chance to interact with you, right, in continuum. Second, there is feelings in giraffe language where there is no feelings in the jackal's language. And there are needs being addressed here. On the contrary, in jackal's language, there are no connections, strategies and demands are there. Jackals only says that I want this to do, I want you to listen to me, right? In all those examples, listen came thrice, right? You're not listening to me, you never listen, or you never pick up the call, because we all human beings want three basic things all the time. That's what Oprah Winfrey says: to be seen, to be heard, to be understood. I repeat, to be seen, to be heard, and to be understood. We all human beings wants it. Do you agree to that? Right? When the other person do not give us the feeling that we are understood, we are heard, we are seen, you can imagine what kind of a transaction that can happen there. Talking about the first step of observation. So here is where I'm going to ask you to go to the same menti.com, the same number. You need to switch 12. In your life, I have already shared with you what are the 4 Ds. I will repeat once again. Number 1 D is diagnosis, which contains criticism, analysis, and comparison. Number 2 is demand. Number 3 is denial of responsibility. Number 4 is deserve-oriented language. In your recalling that situation, right, the unpleasant situation, which we all were actually contemplating before, think about it. Which D was used and what sentence was there? Can you give me an example? I'm not looking for the name of the D. Please don't type that. What I'm looking for from you is that give example of the D. Let's see. Yeah, you never understand me, what I mean to say. And can you also put which D it is along with the same sentence? That will be really wonderful. So that gives me the understanding that you understand what I'm talking about. You never understand me what I mean to say. So I guess this will be part of the first D, which is diagnosis. I don't have time for this, okay? You have to do it demand. I need you to do this ASAP. Wonderful, you mentioned it demand. I want you to leave work aside and concentrate where you are. Excellent. You have to give it a try. Yes. So this is one more wonderful examples jackals use. They say, please, you have to give it a try. And this please is not a please that we all know as please. This please is a demand, right? Thank you so much for sharing that. Those are the examples. I think we are traveling together well. I'm really glad about it. Bro? So observation. What Marshall says is that, okay, observations are not evaluations. Observations are actually very particular about time and context, what we are doing. It is not about static generalization, right? If somebody didn't pick up call, let us say 3 times, we give them the comment that you never pick up the call. On the contrary, the observation would be, in the last 1 week, you didn't pick up my call thrice. This is observation. So why I should share about observation and not evaluation? Because evaluation, the moment it is shared, take the same example which was there on the slide. You never pick up the call. The other person, he has only a criticism. Will he comply with you what you're looking for from him? Because you want him to pick up the call, right? Right? Would it happen with the way that it is expressed as jackals? It cannot happen. So what is the possibility of doing? In the last 1 week, you didn't pick up my call thrice. If that is true, at least that person will pause. Okay, let me hear what you're trying to say now. We give at least that bare minimum chance. This is engine oil. If this is not there, the pistons will keep on running and then you can only expect frictions through those pistons. Right? That's why it is important to share observation and not evaluation. That's why we should not be getting on to static generalization. We need to get into that specific time and context. Next. Okay. So let's go for this. Now I'm going to ask you to put your knowledge into test now. And there are 10 sentences, don't fear. We will concentrate only on the first 3 sentences, right? Look at those sentences. You're going to give me a response after reading the sentence. If it is an observation, you will give me a thumbs up when I ask you. If you think it is an evaluation, you'll give me a thumbs down. Is it okay? Are you willing to do it? Right. Take a moment to think about first sentence. John was angry with me yesterday for no reason. Time for vote. Observation or evaluation? I saw 3, 4 thumbs up, 1 thumbs down. Yeah, many thumbs up. It is not observation. It is evaluation, right? Why? Because it is mentioned as John was angry. Why he was angry, there is no clarity on that. And second, there is no reason. No. John was angry with me for no reason doesn't give you a clarity of what you are talking about. Clearly, the specificity is not there. So let's go for the number 2. Yesterday evening, Nancy bit her fingernails while watching television. Observation. Okay, let's go for voting, all of you. You're all right, it is observation. Excellent, because it is talking about specific time frame and context. Let's go for the third and last one. Sam didn't ask for my opinion during the meeting. On the contrary, it is an observation. Right? He didn't ask my opinion on the meeting. That's all. Right? Now, why I should share about this observation or evaluation? Because by now you would have understood that the neutral description helps me to continue the conversation, whereas when I share evaluation, the other person only hears criticism and he do not want to listen to me anymore, right? So we want to promote this observation, right? So this is engine oil once again. We'll go for the next one, having seen about observation and evaluation. We will now go to feelings, right? Before go to feelings, I want you to recall the same situation. When you said something to that person in that way, what did you feel? 21. And please report your feeling here. You need to actually note it. The number might have changed now. So you have to put this new access number and then give your feeling there. What did you feel when you saw that behavior? Please share with me. Excellent. Irritated, frustrated, hurt, left out, disappointed. I felt nothing. I felt sad. I felt dejected, frustrated, and angry. Bad and left out, betrayed, relaxed. Oh, there is somebody who feels relaxed in a difficult situation. Interesting. Perversion. Shocked. Okay. While many, as you can see here, are feelings, I want you to draw your attention to some which we think it is feeling, but it is not a feeling. Number 1, I feel left out. Is it a feeling? Somebody says yes, it is no, right? When I am left out, how would I feel? Yes, excellent. I may feel sad or I may feel lonely. That's the feeling. So we are also habituated to think that what I'm sharing as my thinking or my opinion or my image as my feeling. When I say I feel left out, my actual feeling could be I'm sad or I'm lonely, but I say that I'm left out. The other things on the same spectrum is I'm ignored. I'm unimportant to you. Right? I feel I'm unimportant to you. I feel I'm ignored. I feel like a failure. Are they all feelings? No. They are in the name of feelings, but expressing my thoughts, my opinions, my images. Now, why we should discern this? The same point which I said some time ago. If I don't know what my feeling is, and if I can't express my feeling accurately, how can I expect the other person to understand what I'm already not clear about and respond in a way that is in compliance with what I expect? Is it possible? How difficult it would be for us to clearly or accurately identify that emotion for ourselves if it is difficult. How difficult would it be for the other person to understand that and act in accordance with that? Think about that. Hence, important thing to note is that when you share feeling next time, think whether it is a feeling word or a thinking word. And if it is a thinking word, what would be the ideal feeling behind it? Reflect and then begin to share that. Bro? Feelings are emotions and bodily sensations which we all know, and it is no longer, images, it is not my evaluations. Let's go for testing this new knowledge that we have just learned. Next. Okay. Now you will also be curious to know what are the different feeling words I can use and what is the reference point I can keep. So when you search in Google as feelings, universal feelings vocabulary, also attach NVC, you will get this list, right? So this can be a resource when you want to, write your journal, or when you want to reflect in the evening about how the day went on and you want to know about what exact feeling I was going on. The vocabulary list is here. This will give you a clear list of feeling words, and it will also help you avoid the thinking words, right? Next, please. Next. Let's put it into test. Let's go for number 4 to 6 now, okay? Please contemplate on it. The same response I would like to have from you. What I'm expecting you to do is that see whether it is a feeling or an evaluation. The evaluation could be an image, it could be an opinion, or it could just be a thought, right? Put your attention on 4 to 6. When I ask you to go for a voting, I would look forward to a response from you. When you don't greet me, I feel neglected. Let's go for the vote. Is it a feeling? Then thumbs up. If it is an evaluation, thumbs down. When you don't greet me, I feel neglected. Remember that. I am neglected. Is it a feeling? It's not a feeling. The sadness could be a feeling, a lonely could be a feeling there, right? So it is an evaluation, hence thumbs down. Number 5, I'm happy that you can come. Let's go for the vote. You're right, it's a feeling. Number 6, you are disgusting. Excellent. We are really going together in the same pace. I'm really happy about it. You are disgusting is not a feeling because I may feel disgusted. Right? I feel disgusted is possible. And when I say that you are disgusting, I'm saying that you are responsible for my feeling. How is it possible? My feeling comes because some of my need is not met. Correct? My feeling cannot come because you do something. If we do that, then we know this stimulus and response story all the time. Right? We keep hearing this in different guest lectures. The stimulus and response. You can be a stimulus for what I feel, but you can never be the cause of what I feel. Right? So that clarity we need to remind. So that's about feelings. Let's go further now. Right? In this feeling journey, we all go through 3 stages. Number 1, Marshall calls it as emotional slavery, where we think that we see ourselves responsible for others' feelings. In your case, most of your students, your parents get into this many times. When you don't score high marks, I feel very sad. How come your action can bring in their feeling? Is it possible? Think about it. I feel ashamed when you can't crack X, Y, Z. My feeling, your action. So these are statements which are not actually accepting responsibility for what we are feeling and what we are doing. In our emotional journey, we begin somewhere like this as emotional slavery. We think we are responsible for what they are feeling. If the parents are feeling ashamed, we think that we are responsible. I didn't study well, right? You can feel sad because you didn't prepare well for the examination. That's perfectly good because it is your feelings and your needs, right? So when we begin to make this correlation of their feelings because I get into this first stage of emotional slavery. And if I want to move on, people generally move on to the next best. It's like the pendulum. If you are in one side of the pendulum, when you begin to move, you eventually will go to the other extreme of the pendulum before you come to the equilibrium, right? So that is the next level, obnoxious. I no longer feel bad or sad about, okay, or take responsibility for your feelings. I give it to you back. I say that you are bad. If you say I am bad, I say you are nasty. Right? So I get into that obnoxious behavior. We feel angry and we no longer want to take responsible for your feelings. The third stage will be, we call, or Marshall calls, the emotional liberation. We take responsibility for our intentions and actions. So that's extremely crucial. With that, feelings and the different stages of emotional maturity, we will now go on to understand the third step of NVC, which is needs, right? So what are needs? Needs are an universal energy we all want. How many of you want to be respected here? How many of you want love? How many of you want recognition? Right? How many of you want happiness? How many of you want food? Right? How many of you want companions and communions? How many of you want society? So needs is as simple as you raise the hand. If you need, I need. We all need. That's why needs are universal. Right. Let's think about a little situation. When I feel neglected, I feel lonely, meaning I want to be in company with you. Correct? To avoid loneliness. Is this bad or good? I want to have a companion. Good or bad? Good means thumbs up. Okay. Think about the same situation. I feel unheard. When somebody is saying this, right, you never listen to me. I want to be heard. Being heard is a need here. Positive or negative? We all know it is positive, right? When I am ignored, I want attention from people. Positive, negative? It is positive, right? Look at these three examples. When the expression of the emotion is negative, how come the needs are positive? I want attention, I want caring, I want companion. All needs are positive, but the expression is always, not always, sometimes negative. So this is what is happening in our communication, is that when all of us are sharing our needs, the expression, if it becomes in a way that it will not get what we want, how are we likely to get what we want? So that's why it is very important that we connect back with our actual feelings. Otherwise, when I want companionship with you, okay, but if I keep telling you that you ignore me, you never bother me, okay, you never listen to me, you never attend to me, and all these things, okay, that becomes self-fulfilling prophecies. The other person thinks, okay, you think that I don't attend to you, you think that I never respect you, you think that I don't need you, so be it. I'll see my life, you see yours, right? So if we express what we need in a positive manner, we have a greater chance of meeting it rather than expressing in a hostile manner like this. Got it? Are you with me? Are you? Yeah. So with that, we will go for this needs. Interesting point I would like to share here is that in sharing this needs, especially when a difficult message comes, I'll give you an example. Somebody comes and tells you that you're the most self-centered person I have ever seen you. You are the most self-centered person I have ever seen you. Four types of people are there to respond to this. Number one, who blames themselves. Yeah, I think I should have been more sensitive to his needs. I didn't do it. I always don't do things right. Blaming self. Number two, they give it back. Okay, they say that, what? What are you telling me? You're telling me that I'm the most self-centered person. You are the most self-centered person. I have always been giving preference to your needs. Right? That's not at all right. They give it back. Right? Third one, they begin to sense their own feelings and needs. How the response can be? They can say that, when I hear you telling me that you are the most self-centered person that I have ever met, I am hurt. Because I am looking for recognition for the preferences I'm giving for your needs. You're not giving me. So I get into the third way of understanding my feelings and my needs in the difficult message. The fourth one, I begin to look at the other person. What is your feelings and needs? Right? Are you hurt because you're looking for more considerations for your needs or the preference of your needs? The person may say, yeah, that's what I was telling you. But they tell in the jackal way. They don't know probably to tell in the way that it can meet their needs in a positive manner. So they keep telling you this, you're the most self-centered person I have ever seen. What they want is understanding for their preferences, but what they tell is, you're the most self-centered person. Do you see that dissonance? The jackal and giraffe, right? So whom do you want to be? Think about it. Okay? With that example, let's go for the test once again. Number 7 to 9. Put your attention on that, right? And if it is acknowledging the needs, then you will show thumbs up to me. If it is not expressed in a way it is acknowledging the needs, you will show thumbs down to me. Take a moment to reflect, and then we'll go for the voting. All right. Number 7, little things people say hurt me. Let's go for the vote. Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs up. Right, mixed response. Thumbs down. So, when people share little things, I'm very sad because I'm looking for appreciation and not criticism. That is what acknowledging the needs would be. Right? Number 8, I feel happy that you received that award. Let's go for the vote. Many thumbs ups, because it is about good things, right? So we all eventually think that it is anything which is good, thumbs up is better. No. Here, the person is telling that I feel happy because you received that award. It is as equal as saying that I am sad because you received that award. My feeling, but your action. No, it's not accepting the responsibility for needs and feelings of mine. I feel happy because I want you to get recognized for all the good efforts which you're putting. So when I say that, my need is I want you to get recognized, and my feeling is happy. So accepting responsibility for my feelings and my needs. Right? So this is where it gets drifted. When I say you're a bad man, you will clearly know it is an evaluation. But if I say you are a good man, you won't raise doubts on that. You will accept it happily. Human behavior. Right? If I say you are beautiful, even if it is a lie, we are happy about it. But if I say that you look awkward, even if it is not true, we are sad about it. Right? Strange, no? So, last one, I feel scared when you raise your voice. Let's go for the vote. I feel scared when you raise your voice. Right? No. It is also telling that I feel scared because you raise the voice. I feel scared because I'm looking for emotional safety. I accept my needs and my feelings. I feel scared because you raise your voice. The person will not hear my needs and feelings. He will hear criticism. He will hear that I'm shouting. Right? Let's go for the last one. The last step of the OFNR, I would call it, observation, feelings, needs, and requests. Request. So before we go here, bro, 31. Oh, not 31, sorry, 22. Recall the same situation with all the kind of feelings we expressed, the observation you shared. What did you ask the person to do? Meaning, what have you requested him or her to do? Can you? Can you please give me a chance? Good. So request should have 3 components for making it effective. Number 1, the request should be clear. Number 2, the request should be concrete. Number 3, the request should be put it across in positive action language. Hear me out. Maybe, right? Is it clear, concrete, and positive action language? Definitely positive action language, because I'm asking you to hear. But is it clear and concrete? Think about it. Be patient. What is the action you are asking him to do? So when I listen to you, I want you to listen to me first and then respond. If I say this, I'm telling you that, be patient. It is like telling I love you without using the word I love you. How do you do that? Right? Think about it. Understand my situation. Is it clear? What situation are you talking about? I want you to understand my situation. What situation? Clear? Concrete? No. Right? But positive action language, yes. Be normal. What is the action, specific action you are looking for from that person? How you would call somebody normal when he is performing an action? Talk about the action. Right? Be chill. To not bother me again. So that will give you a clear example of what is called a negative action language. Asking people what you don't want from them. For example, when I am meditating, I tell my children, or keep telling my children, please don't shout. What I want silence. But what I ask, please don't shout. So people are having this habit of asking what they don't want instead of asking what they do want. Right? Don't be that guy. Why? Talk about be that guy. Right? So don't be a fool. No, be wise. Don't be late. No, be punctual. Right? Don't speak unnecessary stuffs. Speak relevant stuffs. So why I'm talking about this and that? The more we speak about what I don't want from you, it only creates resistance in you. If I say that you don't be late, right, you will continue to be late. So what is important is to ask what I want from you instead of what I don't want from you. So thank you so much for all of you for sharing that. Right, so request, the 3 parts we have already seen. I'll just take you to the last one. In the paucity of time, we'll just think about number 9 and 10. I would like you to show respect for my privacy. Is it expressing request with this 3 concept of clear, concrete, and positive action language? That is what you're going to see. If it is yes, can you show thumbs up? If it is no, can you show thumbs up, thumbs down? That's what I'm looking for from you. Put your attention only on 9 and 10. I would like you to show respect for my privacy. Yeah, let's go for what? Right. So it is thumbs down, not thumbs up. The reason is, when you enter my room, I want you to check with me by knocking the door. That's the specific action I'm proposing for promoting my need of privacy. Right? Let's go for the 10th one. I would like you to prepare supper more often. Thumbs down. You all are right. More often is not clear. I want you to prepare supper every Saturday and Sunday. If I say that, it's more specific. Right? And when it is specific, the possibility of we getting that met is higher, because in my mind often can be every day, in other person's mind often can be once in 2 days. So unless we make it very clear to the other person, we may not meet our needs, what we are looking for from the other person. So we saw this OFNR, observation, evaluation should not be shared, observation should be in neutral description. We saw about second aspect, feelings. Feelings, we should avoid the thinking words in the name of feelings, and we should learn to reflect accurately on what feelings, and then share needs. We saw the needs are positive, universal, all the time. All human beings wants it, right? So we need to talk about needs in such a way that we acknowledge the responsibility for our needs and feelings. And last, request, it should be in positive action language, also coupled with it should be clear and it should be concrete, right? Meaning it should not be ambiguous, it should not be unclear, right? So that's the 4 steps of NVC, and that's what Marshall Rosenberg, who founded this, says that every criticism, judgment, diagnosis, expression of anger is a tragic expression, of our own unmet needs. Right? So with that, I would say that when we learn to speak in this way of connecting with the other person, because what we all are otherwise would be doing is that the moment we don't find something in harmony with what we are looking for, we begin to correct the other person. So what the prescription is, connect before you correct. How do you connect before you correct? First, show some empathy for understanding the other person's feelings and needs. The moment the other person understands that my feelings and needs are understood, he is all open. Right? All he has is only to listen to you. So if we do that, we will meet the ends. If we don't do that, you may have to read the same 3 words in Arabic sequence. That's it. So we go for question or we close? Sir, what do we propose? You have any questions? Brother, 31. Post it. Yeah, that's also okay.
Hello, sir. Good morning. So my name is Shivam Rai. I'm a second-year marketing student. So, absolutely great session. So my question is that how do we use this more naturally? I mean, this will take a lot of conscious effort to do. So how do we use it every day in a more natural and a more relaxed manner?
My first question is that do you think it is unnatural?
Well, with the kind of upbringing and the societal norms that we have, a bit, yes, sir.
Yes. I wanted to change that word unnatural to habitual, because the other way of speaking is more habitual to us. Giving from heart, speaking from heart is natural to us. The only thing is we need to promote that. Right? So change the word from natural to habitual. Right? What we are doing now. Answering a question, how do we practice it every day? The moment this session ends, when you go and see people, look forward to see what the other person is feeling right now. And when you want to share something to other person, especially in stressful situation, what are you sharing? Are you sharing observation or evaluation? Right? Will you be able to do it then and there? It may not be possible in the beginning. So what you can do is maintain a journal, right? And record at least these kind of stressful situations on the same night before you go to sleep. Recall the situation, like we all underwent that experiment, right? Did I share observation or evaluation? Good. When I shared my feeling, did I share my feeling? Or in the name of feeling, did I share thoughts, evaluations, and images? If it is yes, how would I correct it in the future? Or how would I change that the way I have responded? Then coming to needs, which of my need is unmet in the way I felt? Right? For meeting that needs, are there any alternatives for me? Think about that. And fourth, whether my request was it effective enough, meaning was it clear, concrete, and positive action language? If it is negative action language, how would I put it across a positive action language? Think about it. So with this, you got these 4 steps, things which you did well, things which you might have done differently. I think that will guide you how you should be in future. And brick by brick, we will be able to actually make this more natural in ourselves.
Thank you.
Welcome. Alternately, you can also post me there with the same number or a different number, I guess. Yes. So if you don't want to ask in public, the research says that 3 out of 4 people are having stage fear. They don't want to speak in front of others.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So my name is Bhadra Vijayan, second year marketing student. I would like to quote something from your slide. You said what others say and do can be a stimulus, but never the cause of our feelings. This line confuses me because I thought that is the cause of my feelings. So can you please explain that to me?
What others say is a stimulus and not a feeling. Sorry, not a cause for my feeling.
Yeah.
Okay. Somebody is telling you that you don't know how to think. This is a stimulus. So I have different way of responding. I may think that I also don't know how to think. Then I will say that I don't know how to think. I'm good for nothing. Right? So if I take that as cause, I begin to, it's the different possible responses I can have for this. The same situation in the previous example which I have given, I can begin to connect with my own feelings and needs. When somebody is saying you don't know how to think, I'm disappointed because somebody is telling this to me like this. Why? Because I can think, but but I'm not recognized for how well I can think. So this is also one more option. Are you getting me?
Yes, sir.
So the stimulus is the same. Or in other words, I will say, Dr. Eric Berne, who founded transaction analysis, quotes this example. One mother told to 2 of their children, you buggers, you will always end up in mental asylum. Both ended. One ended up as a patient, the other ended up as a psychiatrist. Message is same, but 2 different children took it differently. Meaning, the stimulus is common for all of us, but the way we choose to respond, whether to become a psychiatrist or to become a mentally ill patient, so that's what I meant. Stimulus is yours, cause is not yours, because basis your stimulus, how I respond, that freedom is still with me, right? So as I shared with you those 4 options, blaming self, blaming others, connecting with my own feelings and needs, connecting with your feelings and needs, all these 4 options are available in front of me. So what I choose, that becomes the cause out of this 4. You got it?
Okay. So one more question. NVC model says that we should not be judgmental, right?
Correct.
Yeah. But then again, we are using jackal and giraffe and we are saying jackal is cunning and all. So we are being judgmental here again.
It's a metaphor, yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's for us to understand.
Okay. Then. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. All right, thanks.
We now request Dr. Tanmoy De, Students Affairs in charge SIBM Hyderabad, to felicitate our guest.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed an intriguing session. You have enlightened us on how nonviolent communication enables compassionate giving and the many benefits that comes with it. We are also extremely grateful for having understood and highlighted the problems that we face while communicating, and for encouraging ourselves to take responsibility for our feelings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. We now break for lunch and we'll join back by 12:50.
Parth, Nitesh, are you playing that timer song from there? Are you playing that? Check, 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 check. Check.
A gentle reminder to everyone, kindly keep their phones on silent. Thank you. I would request everyone to settle down. We will begin this session shortly.
You want me to? Yes, it should hold my phone. I'll see you after the event, I guess.
The idea is zero confirmation.
Good afternoon and welcome back to day 2 of SymbiTalks 6.0. In the preceding sessions, we have gained an overall insight about the potentials and opportunities Industry 5.0 opened up in terms of techniques that can prove useful in business management. At the same time, it opens up possibilities for vagueness and ambiguity. Especially for the newbies in the field, it can be a daunting task to deal with this seeming ambiguity that pervades the domain of research and development in the world of management. To enlighten us on glossing over ambiguity, I would like to introduce our speaker, Ms. Ekta Singh. Ms. Ekta Singh, the CHRO for AJ's Health, is a multifaceted, versatile, and passionate HR leader. She has 25 years of rich experience in the field of HR and has worked in the areas of talent delivery, performance management, recruitment, talent management, diversity and inclusion, talent development, branding, communications, and CSR, to name a few. Starting her career in 1996, she has worked with highly esteemed organizations such as Capgemini, Deloitte, Royal Bank of Scotland, Corpus Incorporated, and CMC Limited, both in India and abroad. Ms. Ekta Singh wears multiple hats. She is a trainer, executive coach, mentor, writer, and thought leader. She is also involved in several philanthropic activities. She is on the board for an NGO called End Now Foundation that promotes internet ethics and digital well-being, and is also associated with NGO Shishu Mangal, looking after the needs of children. She has won several awards, such as Women of Excellence by Indian Achievers Award 2021, Visista by Icon Awards, Diversity Award for promoting gender diversity, Telangana's Top HR Leader Award, and Best HR Leadership Award. She has been a keynote speaker, panelist in several forums organized by NASSCOM, Economic Times, India Diversity Forum, Hindustan Times Shine HR Conclave, and All Things Talent. We welcome you, ma'am, and invite you to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. You can hear me? Wonderful. That was all me. Wow. Still so much to do, so little to do. So little accomplished so far. All right. So let's talk today about ambiguity and glossing it. I have no idea what glossing, by the way, will mean. Let's figure it out together. That itself is ambiguous. How about it? Do we have mics for students in case they want to answer? Awesome. For those who know me, know very well that I do not like to speak on my own. I prefer all of you interacting with me so that I feel more knowledgeable, you know. When you answer, then I'll feel, good. All right, so let's try. Who wants to tell me what, according to you, is ambiguity? Who wants to answer that? There'll be mics that will come to you. Yes? Okay, right there. Wonderful. Please tell me your name when you answer.
Yep. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Arvind from second year marketing. So ambiguity, according to me, is like having more than one meaning. Okay. Maybe you don't know, like what you perceive, other may not perceive. So I think that is ambiguity for me.
Wonderful. All right, you did go to Google. Congratulations. All right, who else wants to take a stab? What, according to you, is ambiguity? Anybody else? Wow, you're going to make me work. Oh, there. Joel wants to answer. I know him. Don't ask me how. He'll tell you.
Something which is not clearly defined.
Something that's not clearly
defined.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Definitely. All right, so we've got some answers. Something that's not defined, something that has multiple meanings. For example, it could be very simple. So here's an example of ambiguity in life. First, then we go to business, because life is where it starts. So fast, actually, flashback. I received my first ever award in the HR field. Super excited, naturally happy, on cloud 9. I come home with the award and I tell my husband, whom I've been married for less than 2 years at that point in time. Today we've been married a decade and I have been nominated for Bharat Ratna. You're wondering why? Because I didn't kill him. Okay, so what happens now is I'm on cloud 9. I say, oh my God, here's the trophy. I have won this best HR award and 30 under 30 or whatever. Now, what happens? He takes a deep sigh and he says, as a wife, you know, not cutting it. As a mother, well, you're rarely there. Suddenly the HR in me wakes up. What does the HR in me say? Did you give me a job description, role description of being a wife? Obviously not. Mom, at least I have some experience because, you know, I have my own mom. I have now your mom. So I've got some bit of an idea. Thank God the kid didn't speak to say, hey, my mother sucks. All right. So I get away from that situation because he created the ambiguity in life. I did not. Listen, you give me a role description from tomorrow. You see if I don't exceed expectations, then we will talk. So the ball now is in his court. He's still working on the job description. Don't worry about it. All right. Now, in business, now let's move ahead and talk about little on business. When you start working or even during the process of selection, where do I go to work, how do I work, etc., there are many things that are actually disrupting the world to create an ambiguity. Where does it begin? Anybody has an idea? Where does ambiguity begin? In our mind. Absolutely right. Very good. Yes, totally. It begins in our mind. Why? Anybody wants to say, why does it begin in your mind? You don't have clarity of thoughts. Wonderful, I can hear you. How amazing. Lovely auditorium, by the way. I never went to a school that had such an amazing auditorium. Absolutely in awe of it. Congratulations, guys, firstly. This is amazing campus. Huh? I'm sure they'll give me a tour later, but what I have seen of it, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. All right. Because we don't have clarity, it begins in our mind. How do you overcome it then? Or is that the only reason? That's not the only reason. Good. So, why else? Why else do we have ambiguity? Because we've not faced similar situation before. Yes, that's possible. So there's no experience, so to say, like COVID. Yeah? Like COVID, yes, totally. That's possible. What else? Why else? Why else do we have ambiguity? There are many reasons. Why else? Yes.
Ma'am, because of certain perceptions in our mind?
Perceptions. Now you're opening a can of worms right there. Perceptions, yes. Because we are having certain perceptions, we are making some assumptions in our mind. Therefore, there is a reason for ambiguity, okay? Why else? What's changing in the world? Or what's changed in the last few years? Say 3 years, what has changed? From the time you probably came to campus, just before that, what's changed? What are 2 or 3 things that have changed in the business world? Anybody? All right. No wonder you invited me. Because I had to give you the gyan, right? All right. So, number one, I would say, is the situation we are all facing today, which is the uncertain times. Some of you are here, some of you are watching live stream, right? That itself, could you have imagined doing this 2 years ago? You couldn't have. Thanks to pandemic, thanks to COVID, the world has changed. One reason why there is ambiguity. Second reason is the model of working, which is, in India, typically we do either a full-time or we do consultative contract. But still it is not necessarily the same way. Now, a new type of work model has come, which is called the gig economy. You've heard of that? Which basically means I will work when I want to work. As long as I will work. Otherwise, thank you very much. Not interested. Now, many of this generation probably want to work in that kind of environment. But is the workforce in India or the organizations in India ready for it? Ambiguous. All right? That is another reason. But the most important, I think, in all of this is the perception, rightly said, of what I do versus what's the expectation from. Remember job description of the wife? You'll never forget that, will you? So anytime anybody says ambiguous, oh, Ekta, that story. That's how it will remain. Now let me ask you, can you give me an example of maybe 1, 2, 3 roles that are ambiguous in this world? Of the many jobs that are there in the world, what are top 3 jobs? Forbes had done a research actually on what jobs are ambiguous. Can you think about it? Anybody? Just take a guess. Any guess? No? Firefighters, very good. Yes, that's actually, yes. Researcher is not ambiguous. Unfortunately, not in the top 3 at least. Must be in the larger report, which I decided not to read. Yes, firefighter is definitely there. That's number 3. What's number 1? Any idea? And no, it's not HR. Don't worry about it. What are the roles that are ambiguous? When I tell you, all of you will say, aha. What about an airline pilot? No Google Maps there. I wouldn't reach here if I had to fly. Trust me, I wouldn't. That's the number 1 most ambiguous job in the world, as per Forbes. as per the research, because they don't know where they have to fly. They know the destination. They know there is a certain route, but what's that route? There are no lanes. Yeah? There are no signals to move between the lanes. Yeah? Yes, there is an altitude difference, but hey, that person who is driving in that day on that seat has to decide all of that. Yeah? So imagine that as ambiguous environment and then fast forward it to where you are. Suddenly you feel it's not that scary a world, right? After all, you've got maps, you've got scope documents, you've got descriptions for the jobs that you have to do, you've got methodologies that have been told to you or will be told to you. Easy, right? Suddenly it's no longer an ambiguous world, correct? Say yes. All right, so what's important, I think, in all of this I'm trying to go is to the first point, which is the mindset. That's what we're trying to address. Now, once we've addressed that, then of course, a lot of it does change. A lot of it does make difference in terms of how you're going to deal with it, because that's what is important. Ambiguous, no big deal. Let me tell you, I thrive in ambiguous world. I love being in an ambiguous world. Why? Any guesses? For the ones that know me probably will be able to guess why I love to be in the ambiguous world. Anybody? There's no definite role and responsibility. You have to tell me your name. Indrajit. Okay. Yes, there's no definite world. Absolutely. Therefore, what happens? What's the big deal? No expectations, wrong answer. It's just the flip of it. It's just the flip of it. You can try anything and everything, because remember the first person who answered said, it's your view of the world or the word. By the way, ambiguity can be created by language, by speech, the way I'm speaking. Get me my glasses. For example, I tell my daughter, get me my glasses, because I'm old school. So she will go and get me a glass and she will say, okay, do you want a glass of wine or do you want a glass of water? I'm like, no kid, I want my glasses. And then she says, Mama, that's specs, don't you know? A 9-year-old tells me, don't you know? And suddenly I've put her in a world where I created a word that I grew up with. Yeah? Went to US. The first day they said, okay, so do you want soda? Soda in India is what? No flavor. Plain water, aerated. No, I don't want soda. I want Coke. And suddenly, I've created a world, entered a world where a word has a different meaning for them. No matter whether it's Coke, Pepsi, or any soft drink, it is soda. Yeah? So even words can create ambiguity. That's one. The second is the form of a sentence that you create. Just like I said, bring my glasses. Yeah? Or I'm blue today. What does it mean, I'm blue today? It could mean I'm wearing blue. Yeah? It could mean I'm sad. I don't feel happy, I'm gloomy. That's also I'm blue today. I didn't use the word I'm feeling blue today. I just said I'm blue today. Right? Britishers have given that language to us. Therefore, there's quite a lot of ambiguity in that language itself that we are using. Add on top of that the dynamics of not speaking but writing this time. Have you all had those email wars sometime? Have you all exchanged emails that have created, chaos? And somebody has said, pick up the phone and talk to each other. It's happened, right? That's because you've written something. The person receiving has received it in a completely different manner, right? Because you grew up with your value systems, your language skills in a completely different way of communication. And many of us have this habit of translating our communication from a regional language to an English language, right? Therefore, what I mean and what I write and the person receive can create that. And email wars can happen. The minute I see on the same subject, email number 3, the rule in my team is pick up the phone. 1 email is okay, 2 emails is acceptable, No more third email. I do not like reading emails, by the way. Absolutely do not like. I'd prefer a phone call, even today, old school. But at least I'm avoiding ambiguity. Coming to the fact of why do I enjoy? Somebody will give me a warning, right, for time? Good. I should have asked that in the beginning. I would have not created this ambiguity then. All right. So, coming to the whole point of why do I love ambiguity? Why do I strive and thrive in ambiguity? Very simple. For me, I look at it as a massive opportunity. An opportunity of doing anything that I want. Example, everybody's been talking about attrition and employees leaving an organization, plus employees joining during this time. And there are many hypotheses, no matter how much of data you crunch, how many focus groups you conduct, there's certain limitation to why and what we can understand as human beings, because we're dealing with humans at the end of the day. Some of them will be very comfortable to tell you why they're leaving an organization. Some will quote reasons that are absolutely falling under personal category. You have no idea how big that personal category could be. I'm going to get married, I have a health problem, it could be spectrum, right? So therefore, it is up to me to decide based on the little information that I would have, or a lot of information that I would have, what do I do? A, do I fix the culture? Because after all, people are not experiencing the culture. They're not coming into the offices, they're not having coffee together, they're not meeting each other. They're living in a world within their own home that they have created, right? So naturally, for me, I have the possibilities of remaining in an ambiguous world are endless. So I could do anything. I could go fix a culture. I could go fix my frontline managers to say, hey, by the way, do you know how to engage with your team members during COVID time without seeing them on Zoom or Teams or video? Half of them don't even want to come on video. How do you deal? Right? So it could be many possibilities. And therefore, for me, that is very exciting. And my ask from all of you will be, if you are in an environment that's ambiguous, you do not know what to do, get excited. That's the first thing you can do. Get excited, because then you're telling your brain, no matter what, I can do this. No matter what, I will resolve it. No matter what, I will come a winner on the other side. What's the flip of it? You getting angry, you getting upset, you saying, oh my God, this organization doesn't have anything sorted. Good, it doesn't have anything sorted. You have such a big opportunity there, because you can now sort the organization. If someone comes and tells you, oh, there's no job description, but I want to hire and I want you to do this, this, and this. Wonderful, jump on the wagon, because that's such a beautiful canvas. Nothing is painted, and you can paint what you want and make that role into whatever you see and you want it to be. Trust me, I have taken on roles in my life, in my career, that besides the wife and the job description, jobs I'm talking about, right, this time. In that space, I have taken jobs that actually didn't have a role defined. Like one day, I was called in one of the organizations I worked about 10, 12 years ago, and they said, hey, we want to, way before all this flexi work and work from home and all of that started, they said, hey, here's a book. Why don't you read this book? I think we want to create a flexible work option. We're talking 2007, 2008. I know I look very young, but yes, I've been working for a while. Yeah. So now what happens to me? I'm super excited. Because until then in India, I have not heard the concept of flexible work. Yeah? Not even forget flexible work and working from home / remote, but I've not even heard flexi timing. That you don't have, you have to come shifts. You remember? World works in shifts. It's so fluid today. There's no shift today. You log in when you feel like logging in. You log out when you feel like logging out. You finish the job that's assigned to you, right? I felt so excited coming back. I was like, oh my God, I've got this print that I can create. Imagine what I can do with this. I will take my interpretation of what is needed. For example, how much work do I want to do? Do I want to work all 5 days in the week? My choice. So that's one option. Do I want timings? I don't want to work 9 to 6. Can I work anytime I want? Can I do a break shift? Yeah. So I came up with what I thought the model could look like and the framework could look like. Just one example of how happy, how excited an ambiguous world can look like, because you can create what you want out of it. Right? That's one. Moving to what else do you need besides your mindset change is your attitude, which comes from your mind, but what's attitude? What you can see outside or what people perceive you of. What's inside, nobody can see, right? What's inside is your intent for an action that is people will perceive of you. For example, somebody may come and trigger a thought in you. If it's me, I know what my triggers are. I'm confident if all of you sat down and said, hey, what are my triggers? What makes me unhappy, angry, upset, annoyed? You can write it down. Why am I asking you to do that exercise? It's a very simple thing because it will help you fight the ambiguous world you are going to live in. For example, if someone tells me, someone comes and says, you're a woman, you can't do this. That's it. All the world comes breaking, crumbling down for me. I've realized that. Why? I grew up in a household that had 3 girls. I was the youngest of 3 daughters. Therefore, the name Ekta. Because my parents figured, if I name her Ekta, there will be Ekta in the house. You know what Ekta means, right? Unity. That's why I hate being called ma'am or anything else. Yeah, coming back. Amazing thought, amazing idea. So the next time somebody says something about a trigger, I know I am going to get into a zone that I will not be comfortable with. Right? So I immediately will say, okay, Ekta, this is where your trigger is, pause. If I didn't know that trigger, if I have not recognized, what happens is, I'm going to get into this massive debate of my world versus your world. Ambiguity, that's the attitude. So what's happening? I'm losing my calm or cool or maybe raising my voice. So the outside world is seeing my attitude. What are they seeing? They're seeing the action saying, oh my God, she's screaming. Oh my God, but nobody is seeing the intent behind, because I've grown up doing everything that anybody else could do, right from climbing trees or walls or mountains or whatever it may be. Yeah? Doesn't matter. Therefore, it's very, very important to figure out what your attitude that comes from your mind is. Everything is going back to the mind, right? All of us are talking about mind these days and mental well-being. 2 years ago, if you said, even today actually in India, it still is a taboo to talk about mental well-being, right? But 2 years ago, it was like, oh my God, how dare you bring that topic into the organization? Although organizations had this EAP, all organizations have EAPs, right? Which is employee assistance programs. But did anybody do anything? No. Did anybody even see, hey, are employees using it? No. Today, because of the ambiguity that the world has created, what are we seeing? People are very comfortable to talk about it. Excuse me, they're very comfortable to say, hey, by the way, I don't feel good. The feel factor never came in the workplace until probably March of last year, right? We were all about process, structure, fact, data. We were never about how does the individual feel? But today we ask, are you feeling okay? Most abused word in English, how are you? Most abused sentence. Nobody waits, right? You ask, how are you? And then you continue the conversation. Wait for me to respond. Right there you've created an ambiguity because you asked, but you don't want to hear what I have to say to you. I may not be feeling well today. I may not be wanting to come here. And if there's ambiguity in what I'm speaking, where's Neeraj? Completely blame him because he decided to bring me here today. Yeah, I've just flown from US directly to India. Thank God I did do my RT-PCR before I had to come because they wouldn't let me into the flight. So you all are safe, don't worry about it. Yeah, and they of course did it in Hyderabad airport as well. So don't worry if that's what you're thinking. I clarified the ambiguity right there. But if I don't make sense, blame Neeraj, it's not me. Cool? All right. Second is attitude. The third is awareness. Awareness that's coming because of these two aspects. Now, of course, if you speak to somebody else, I'm confident they will have a different approach to deal with ambiguity. These are my approaches that I'm sharing with you, how I have dealt with them, right? Most important, the third will be, therefore, what can I do? I ask a very simple question every time I finish the first two steps. Then I ask myself, is this in my control? The situation of ambiguity, is this in my control? If the answer is yes, I will do something about it. If the answer is no, COVID, can I do anything about it? Hell no is the answer. So what will I do? Very simple. I will either accept the situation, or I will do research about the situation, or I will get into a zone, which I usually do, is ignore the situation. Yeah? If it is too much, you're getting so much of negative news. You remember how when it first started, COVID, we had so much of negative media, news, every day, to a point where I would speak to anybody and they'd be either upset, angry, depressed. Those were the words I can tell you. So what did I decide? I said, listen, I'm no longer listening to news. All the apps that I had on my phone off news, I deleted them. Trust me, I did that. By doing that, week 3, what happens to me? I myself am no longer impacted because I'm not reading anything that's coming my way about COVID. Yeah? That's how I dealt with it. Is it in my control? The answer was no. If it's not in my control, if the answer is no, then naturally you come up with steps of, therefore, what can I do? That's the third aspect of dealing with ambiguity. Last but not the least, which I believe is a strong, strong tool, is the peer group that we live in, the community that we stay with, the friends that we associate with, the circle that we have. Choice is yours. Who will you allow into the circle? Who will you eject from the circle? Depending on where you are. If they are adding to the chaos and the ambiguous nature of the environment, chances are I'm going to say, you know what, pause. I may not want to talk to that individual for a bit until I've sorted my thoughts, my brain, my clarity. Once I've sorted, then yes, maybe I will go back, maybe I will not. The choice will be mine. So that's how I would probably deal. I've simplified this because the description of what I received of glossing ambiguity basically said moving away from jargons. So hopefully you realize I did not use any jargons. Thank God, right? I did read the brief. Yes, in organizations, there will be many that will talk to you in a language that probably you don't understand. The first thing I do is I raise my hand and I say, hang on. You used either a language or an abbreviation or a word that I didn't understand, I have no clue about. Can you please explain? And you'll be surprised at the welcomeness you will receive from people when you ask a question. Yeah? So that's how I would probably say, what's ambiguity? What's in my control? How do I manage it? From there, what do I know next? Next is simple, action. Go, implement what you think is right. Now, in all of this, one very important thing, and I hope they teach you this nowadays in B school, is the sale part. Sale doesn't mean going and actually selling a product. Nowadays, a thought is a product. An idea is a product. So how will you go and sell the idea that according to you, my perception or my read of this situation is that there is ambiguity in the organization because 1, 2, 3, my take. Data didn't tell me because data said people are leaving because of personal reasons. Focus groups didn't tell me. They kept quiet. So what is it as a culture of the organization? You probably are saying, by the way, you're not creating a culture where people are free to speak up. So I'm going to fix that culture. Yeah? Therefore, the last and the final aspect of ambiguity, I think, is the hybrid model of working in today's environment, which is half of you are here, half of you are not here, yeah? And the people who are, with no offense to everybody that's on live stream, we don't know whether they are active or whether they are multitasking. Yeah, I had an employee who said, I'm too tired, so I'm watching Netflix. You are on a call with Ekta and you're watching Netflix. Guess what is going to happen? Is there anything that I discussed on that topic going to stick with that individual on that day? Absolutely not. But did I react because of that? No. What did I say? What made you watch Netflix? What is it that you are going through? For all you know, there is something over there. That underlying fact is what I would probably look for. So hybrid model, congratulations, is treating and creating quite a lot of challenges for us and adding to the entire ambiguous world that we are living in. Here's the good news. If there is a world where there's no ambiguity, I would definitely not be in that world. That's the good news. And that's what I ask of all of you. That be happy, be excited, be absolutely raising your hand saying, I will, because the possibilities are endless. Listen, learn, and leap. That's what I would do. All right, with that, I'm going to pause. I have no idea whether my time is up or not, but I'm pausing. Time's up. See, he didn't even tell me. I'm so organized. No ambiguity there. All right, questions. Is that what the format is? Guys, the answers are my views, okay? Disclaimer. All right, questions, answers, or you could question, you could answer. That also is a possible. No questions, which means I was not at all ambiguous. Okay, no, Joel does have a question.
Yeah, so one of the things that you said when it comes to ambiguous situations is that we have to be prepared, right? We have to evaluate the situation. But don't you think after some time that we get tired of the whole ambiguous situation? Do you think, I mean, because, I understand a bit of uncertainty is exciting, but after some time, don't you think it kind of gets tiring and, it's like, oh, I can't do this anymore?
Thank you. Now, interesting question. In my world, that's not possible. You know why? Because I move from one ambiguous situation into the other. That will happen, Joel, when you do not solve the situation you are in and you will be tired. But if you've solved for it, either you've solved it from a process or you've solved it in your mind or you've solved it with the help of somebody. But you've moved past it, then it's not. If you've understood the situation, you can solve it. And once you have, then that's no longer a possibility. Now, where it can happen, the situation that you're talking about is when you start creating yourself as the victim. Then you will become tired. When you say, it's only happening to me, nobody else is facing this, it's just me, then you will be tired. Then you go back to point one of Ekta said, mindset. It's not just you, the world is in that place. The choice is up to us. So no, that's my view. I'm sure others will have other views. I'm sure Balu sir here may give you a different answer. Or if you speak to anybody else, they could give you a different answer. That's my view though. Okay? Anybody else? Wow. Yes? Ekta, not ma'am, please. Parents worked hard, I told you. Ekta, so I'm still working. I have hope. I haven't given up. Okay.
I'm sorry, Ekta. So in the chaotic new normal, what would you suggest for a fresher? What would be the best way to be able to learn in an ambiguous world, but also not become too specialized or too focused on one thing?
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay. Very good question. So what would I suggest that you do is for the first few, if it is a job, then the first few days, at least a week. If it is an assignment, then a few hours. Be a sponge. You know what a sponge does, right? Just absorbs, Don't make any views, don't make any opinions. Very difficult to do, but be open. I think that's a big, big, big idea. If you're open, then no matter what happens, you are going to have the endless possibility. The spectrum of the possibilities will be endless. That's number one. Number two, which is very important, is ask questions. Because in an environment that's ambiguous, if as a fresher, if you're going in, what are the expectations from me? At the end of week 1, week 2, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, what are you expecting from me into your world? If you don't ask that question, then you are leaving it to be in a world that's going to be ambiguous. Yeah? So one is observe, second is ask questions. That's how I would deal. Thank you. All right, am I free to go, or are you still asking me any questions? You guys are not asking questions, which means either the world of ambiguity has become so clear to you right about now, or I've done a fantastic job. Either ways, I'm taking all the credit, right? Yes, please.
Hi, Ekta. My name is Uttara and I'm from HR Specialization. So my question is, are organizations really ready to accept the fact that employees would need to take time off for their mental health?
Different type, I can't hear you.
Are organizations really ready to accept the fact that employees would need to take time off for their mental health?
Our organizations, okay, very good question. Absolutely fantastic questions. I can answer you that from my organization standpoint and the network of friends that I have from their organization standpoint, right? I think the world, if you look at it, some countries, for example, UK actually has required by law mental well-being days to be included as part of their leave structure. India is nowhere near that. However, just last week I was, in Mumbai receiving an award for our learning team from TIS for one of the best training for domain training team. And over there I met somebody who actually very openly shared, and if you go to my Insta, you'll find her name is Raj, very openly accepted the fact that, in fact, shared it, which is very, very difficult, by the way, to say, hey, you know what? I am going through anxiety and I am on medication. What did her organization do? They have made what is called a reasonable accommodation, which is what? No matter where you are, they've given you an iPad. So you have all the information. Does she really need to refer to it? Probably not. But just because she is in that environment, they have made that. Most organizations today, at least in the ITES sector, I can confidently tell you, have not only recognized that mental well-being actually is critical, important towards production and delivery than probably even physical. And therefore, yes, the short answer is they are very, very, very ready. The question that I would probably ask all of you to think is, how comfortable are you in having that conversation? You're very comfortable, we are very comfortable to call and tell our supervisor, hey, by the way, I have a headache, I have a migraine, or my back is hurting, I'm not going to attend. But how many of you will say, I'm feeling gloomy today, I don't think I want to come to work today? That, I think, is the achievement and the journey. Therefore, I'm confident you all must have heard Miss Universe response, right? I fell in love with that, right? Miss India, Miss Universe. I fell in love with the response. I didn't see the pageant. Just that came forwarded to me in the WhatsApp University. I love the fact that she said, in my generation, right? In my generation, what's my difficulty? I don't have clarity. I don't know what to do. So as long as that is there with you, absolutely. People are, in fact, in my organization, we are investing in our frontline managers who are the first line of conversation. We are equipping them with how do you deal if somebody comes and tells you about a feel, right? How do you deal? What are the various mental wellness initiatives that we have? How, therefore, can you have a conversation? Short answer is yes. The long answer is a lot is there to do in this field. Yeah? Thank you. Done? Any other questions, guys? All right, I guess I'm free to go now. Oh, no, not yet. Oh, okay, all right. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you all had fun. I did.
We now request Mr. Nicholas Ross, Head of Corporate Relations, to felicitate our dignitary Ms. Ekta Singh. Thank you, ma'am, for an interactive session. You have pointed out to us different ways ambiguity is created and how we overcome the seeming ambiguity. We're grateful for having understood your perspective towards ambiguity and the opportunities that it brings. As we headed towards a bright future, looking out for the opportunities that an ambiguous environment brings, getting excited for it, and having the right attitude to deal with it, with the seeming ambiguity, could help us succeed. Thank you, ma'am, for being an inspiration. It was an honor to host you.
Check. Check.
choice. Companies are generally stuck between the decision to pursue organic growth or inorganic growth. The major concern for a company is to control the costs, save resources, attain combined control over the market, and achieve synergy. Therefore, we see a trend of major players in various industries moving towards amalgamations and mergers. The forthcoming panel discussion will enable us to keenly understand mergers and acquisitions, what is the trend of M&A, possibly possibility of same in various sectors and how they impact the economy. It will also throw light on how the cultural values of two companies, when brought together, will influence the overall corporate dynamism.
Now we introduce our panel chair, Mr. Debashish Ghosh, Vice President and Country HR Head of Berkadia. Mr. Debashish Ghosh is a senior human resources professional with over 18 years of experience in managing end-to-end functions in HR. In his professional career, he has driven many transformational and organizational development initiatives through the right blend of deep functional expertise, technology, and change management skills. Prior to joining Berkadia, he was associated with GE and Genpact, managing multiple roles in HR. Mr. Ghosh is an executive alumnus of IIM Calcutta and a Marshall Goldsmith certified executive and teams coach. He is also a certified NLP practitioner, awarded by the International NLP Association. He was awarded with two of the most prestigious HR credentials in the world, Senior Certified Professional from Society of Human Resources Management and Global Talent Management Leader from Talent Management Institute. He is also an active member of two premier HR associations, Society of Human Resources Management and Human Resources Federation of India. Mr. Ghosh was recognized by Silicon India magazine as one of the top 10 most promising HR leaders 2020 and was featured in Forbes India magazine as India's 50 best HR leaders 2021. We welcome you, sir.
Following are our panelists for the day. Our first panelist for the day is Mr. Ramesh Menon, MRICS Director, Certus Realty Limited. Mr. Ramesh Menon is the president of Dr. Kessler's I2 Labs and is on the founding team of Certus Realty Limited. He is currently working with one of the world's best biochemistry scientists on the next generation of advanced molecular iodine science and continues to assist policymakers on various levels with issues relating to land, law, and urbanization to propagate development through a collaborative benefit for all stakeholders. As a panelist for major television networks, Mr. Menon is a frequent contributor to the media. He is also a guest faculty at various forums and seminars. He is an avid outdoorsman who is also involved in several CSR and humanitarian endeavors. We welcome you, sir.
Our next panelist is Mr. R. Balasubramania, ex-CFO and board member, Fidelity Business Services Private Limited. Mr. Balasubramania is a seasoned finance professional with over 28 years of experience in industries ranging from technology and operations, banking and financial services. A chartered accountant and cost and management accountant by profession, Mr. Balasubramania is one of those personalities with a profound expertise in utilizing simple storytelling techniques to communicate complex finance, economics, and leadership aspects. Prior to his time at Fidelity, he has served in top finance roles at Deutsche Software Limited and at ICICI. Mr. Balasubramania is an avid public speaker and has actively contested and won public speaking contests in Toastmasters up to division level. He currently serves as the president at Banjara's Toastmasters Club. In addition to his sound articulation skills, he has written over 75 articles on LinkedIn on topics ranging from finance, economics, industry trends, leaders, etc. He is the pioneer behind setting up Manthan, a weekly stand-up session concept at Fidelity to communicate global, national business events of the week. We welcome you, sir.
Next, we have with us Ms. Saujanya Bonda, partner and business consulting. Ms. Saujanya Bonda is a financial consultant passionate about building and developing growth strategies for SMBs and startups. She also helps highly skilled financial experts in SMBs in developing business plans, feasibility analysis, budgeting, financial modeling, and business valuations. A PGP holder from IIM Ahmedabad and a BE in CSE from Osmania University, Ms. Bonda is a startup enthusiast, financial and commercial consultant in investor management. She has worked with over 50 startups in the past 4 years and also supported multiple SMBs in obtaining bank borrowings. She enjoys working with businesses in technology infrastructure, agriculture, and life sciences sectors. She also supports some investors in opportunity evaluation, target due diligence, structuring the transactions, portfolio, and investor management. We welcome you, ma'am.
Our next panelist is Dr. Manish Jha. Dr. Jha is the current Group Head of Marketing and Sales Department in Brisk, a cloud-based digital insurance platform. He is a business strategist and a successful sales leader with 14 years of experience in digital sales, strategy formulation, and business development in banking, insurance, and skill development industries. Dr. Jha has completed his B.Tech in ECE from UP Tech and his MBA from ICFI Business School, Hyderabad. He has also finished his executive program in business leadership in IIM Calcutta. Prior to his current position, Dr. Jha has worked in Shriram Life Insurance as Vice President and Head of Digital Business. He has won the Best Innovation Award in Jan 2019 for his valuable contribution towards financial inclusion through digital disruption. His expertise areas involve sales, insurance, and leadership. We welcome you, sir. We now invite Mr. Debashish Ghosh to take over the panel discussion.
One here, one here. We can pass it. All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad that we had a break before this, because there's a conspiracy that happens against me every time I come for SymbiTalks that all the post-class sessions are given to me, right? But, so I have talked to CIC about that, but I have also been very fortunate. So how are you? For that, I have an excellent panel. So, sir, I've been very fortunate every time I come to SymbiTalks to moderate a panel of very, very accomplished individuals. So I don't have to work very hard to keep the audience awake. And even today I have, I would love to have any of the CVs in my right hand for that. I'm so privileged and honored to be moderating a session where I have the who's and who from the industry. And also you're discussing something on something very, very relevant, something that we should all look forward to change our businesses the way we will do it. I was reading a very recent, there's one report that came up from PwC that I would encourage all of you to read. It's about a half-year survey of 2020 on about the M&A world. A fantastic report, and there he mentioned that 76% of the CEOs are absolutely bullish about the growth and about mergers and acquisitions. And they are going to go all the way, right? And to make sure that they have the right growth, both organically and inorganically. And you have already started seeing those, some of these trends this year, right? I mean, Vodafone and Idea became VI. Sony and Z was a big merger, It was an absolutely big one. I'm talking all India context. Outside of India, obviously, a lot of things happened. Reliance have been taking over anybody and everybody, I think, like from Netments to other companies. Although I'm still confused about who took over Future Group, Amazon or Reliance. I think the jury is out on that. We'll soon know. but yeah, that tells you a lot about the interesting space that you are getting into in terms of how companies are growing. One of the biggest M&A that happened this year is very interesting. That didn't happen in India. It's Panasonic, which is again, extremely big electricals company. They spent like billions of dollars to acquire a company called Blue Yonder. Now, Blue Yonder is not an electronics company. They don't even manufacture any electrical parts that goes into their products. Surprisingly, it is a supply chain company. Panasonic realized that to be competitive, the supply chain has to be strong, and that is something they can't afford to, delegate to somebody else, outsource to some other company. So imagine a company like Panasonic buying out a supply chain company, a big one at that. So those are the kind of interesting stuff that is, that is happening in the world of M&A. And to talk more about it, as I mentioned, I have very, very distinguished and very, very accomplished panel. And we will obviously initially hear about their perspective, about what they think about the subject. Post that, I have some questions for them, specific that I would like to know, and then we'll get into other discussions. At some point, I'll give a moderating and you will all moderate. Okay? At some point, you will please feel to ask questions on whatever this panel says, or anything that comes to your mind. I have an easy job today, just to listen and learn, and being curious and learn from them. I'll just be here, very fortunate to ask the questions and learn from the panel. With that being said, I'll start with Balu sir, you, to set the context about what you think broadly about the topic of today, which is the organic and inorganic growth.
Thank you, Debashish, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. And I realized one thing, my introduction is not inorganic, it is organic. It is too long. In this world of mergers and instant cash burn, I cannot afford such a big introduction. Having said that, that introduction also put me on a spot. They said I'm a storyteller, so I have to tell you stories, right? So Ekta made a point around ambiguity, and more from a HR's standpoint, it set the tone for this particular topic, inorganic, organic, and also mergers and acquisitions. And I think the premise of ambiguity brings in opportunities, both organic and inorganic, and therefore M&A. So having said that, I think there is a myth that ambiguities happened only during pandemic. I think we are all mistaken. Let me take you back to my childhood. I was probably about 8 years old. I used to get up on the terrace, despite my mother trying all means to avoid me climbing the parapet wall and going on the top, to fly kites. Kite flying taught me how to handle ambiguity. The first is, how do you get the goddamn balance in that kite? Which side do you put the weight on? Which side is the wind direction coming from? Where is your competitor kite coming from? You don't see competition, by the way. The competitor who's flying that kite, you don't see his face, but you see his kite. Where is he coming from? Is he coming from left, right, or behind you? That to me is early lessons on ambiguity, and therefore the debate around organic, inorganic. And I'll also tell you another story and then set the tone. January 15, 2019, a flight took off from Newark, LaGuardia. I was headed to North Carolina. Any guesses on what that flight was? And who was on that cockpit? Captain Sullenberger. 5 minutes into the flight, he had a bird hit. The Teterboro airport, which was the nearest airport across the Hudson, the ATC said, go right 8 kilometers, take right. 30 years of training. Sullenberger had trained While he had flown 30 years, he had to make an instant decision. And decision he made, not to take right, not to take left, not to take U-turn, to land on the Hudson. That's intuition for you. That's experience for you. That's hard work of practice for you. While I think all of us want to believe ambiguity happened yesterday, last year, last 2 years, it's always happened. So we'll talk more. I'll come back to organic, inorganic debate. I just want to make sure I don't talk all the time.
Yes, Manish, over to you. Thank
Good
you,
afternoon, everyone. It's again good to be back in this campus. Thanks, Mr. Jain and Mr. Nicholas, for inviting me for this nice session. It's always nice to be single, but marriage is inevitable, right? And that's how I see organic versus inorganic. If you see marriages in India, and typically why I'm giving this example, because students, they can correlate whether you like or you don't like, right? The marriages are good marriages, bad marriages. Marriages can happen in heaven too. There are so many examples of good merger and acquisition, bad merger and acquisition. There are so many giants who have been in this industry for the last 150 years, and they are saying, oh, last 5 years there's a company came which became unicorn. How did it happen? So there are so many perspectives, but one bottom line which I strongly feel, typically as a sales and marketing guy, is, business is a proportion of behavior, and the behavior is a proportion or rather outcome of belief. And that's what Simon Sinek says in his book called Start With Why. There is a mythologist in India, Devdutt Patnaik, which in Hindi he says, Jaisa Vishwas, Vaisa Vyavhar. Jaisa Vyavhar, Vaisa Vyapar. So I strongly feel that the culture fitment is very important. And if you understand your vision, mission, purpose, your culture, why you are doing the business, and that's where you can decide that whether I need to build, develop, grow organically, or is there somebody who understands my daughter, whom I can go and say that, hey, my daughter carries the wisdom, you are the right fit for my daughter, let's have a marriage. And that's how I see. In a very nutshell, very generic term. I think to start with this would be nice.
Thank you. And before I come to Saujanya, we say this in a closed room, men talk about this, right? That, yaar, shaadi kar liye, fas gaye, right? And he talked about it like, it's always good to be happy. Now saying this in front of the family being present, that's a brave man in front of you. So hats off to you. This is the first man I have met in families, So you are a brave man. So congratulate you for that. Kuch seekhna padega inse. But I thought I'll share that. Saujanya would like to hear your perspective as well on the subject. Thank you.
Hello. I think it's a great introduction already on the topic. I would just add my 2 cents saying that, see, what has changed from the time I graduated to now is the world has become maybe 10x. I'm talking about speed here. So there is the way the companies are growing, the way the unicorns are forming, it's like less than 3 years, 5 years, right? So when I studied, I did my MBA 10 years ago. Companies used to take 10 years, 15 years to really make a mark and become large. So today in the world of unicorns, the time to have that growth is like compressed. So this is where it becomes interesting in terms of what is inorganic growth and how to achieve this inorganic growth without falling into the pearls of all these issues in a bad marriage or that synergistic conflicts, right? So that's why this topic is much more relevant today than ever before. And there are many case studies in front of our eyes, like for example, what Deb was mentioning is one. And the other one is about the acquisitions being done by Byju's. They bought into White Hat Junior when they could have built it easily. And the reason for this acquisition is not that they can't build a product like that, but they can't build a sales engine like that. So they are now buying into Akash. Recently they have bought in Akash, not again because they can't tutor kids into competitive exams, but because of the brand, the responsibility in tutoring that Akash brings onto the table. So like this, there are wonderful examples of overlapping businesses getting acquired and organizing an unorganized business just by taking advantage of each other's strengths. There's a lot to learn on this topic, and I've been fortunate to be part of some of these deals and like to share more of my experience as we go along.
No, thank you, Saujanya. I think the work that you do a lot around this subject and the examples that you gave was very, very pertinent. Byju's, the way they're growing and the companies they're acquiring is really phenomenal story. Yeah, thank you. Ramesh?
Yeah, sorry to be bringing in a very contrarian thought on can't specifically talk about marriages, but definitely on mergers and acquisitions. See, from the ecosystem we see around, my personal sense is, and I did mention this to Dave, it's like a glacier, right? What we see, what we read, the shiny bits are above the water. But what we don't really see on these M&A deals is what number of relationships actually sink. Okay, we are in a very happy situation today. There is a lot of good money chasing bad projects. But any M&A for me, I had the fortune of sitting on the board of a financial services company, and we did facilitate and also had a small prop book for smaller M&A assets. The two questions that I always used to ask there, and which I think might be pertinent, is generic business questions. What is the problem you solve by coming together or bringing together two brands or companies? Second is, whom do you serve? So my sense is, very personal though, is that when we talk about whom do we serve, most boardrooms talk about themselves. They talk about valuations, they talk about value creation, they talk about asset creation. What they really don't talk about is whom do they benefit in the outside world or outside the boardroom. So that is the sizable chunk which is below the sea level. So, you know, when possibly most of you would be part of one, either on this side of the table or that side of the table, what I would possibly caution, as always, is to figure out these two questions. Why are you getting into a relationship? Is there a basis? And two, if you are already into a relationship, what benefit does it derive outside you as an individual? So that's my two bit, and then we can talk specifically about many instances that we have come across in our professional lives.
No, thanks for really bringing the perspective. That's the advantage of having such a diverse panel. You get to hear diverse views, and I love the context that you gave about why being so important, right? And that is one fundamental question that we don't ask when you are too focused only about growth. Look beyond the Excel sheet, as they saying it. Absolutely right. Balu, you want to add something to what Ramesh has said?
Yeah, just to add to Ramesh, and I completely echo his thought, often mergers are top-down mandated. The board wants it, the CEO wants it, the global CEO wants it, there's a valuation report and we go do it. Rest of them scramble to get it done. And I'll give you a simple live example, it's public news. I was with ICICI Limited, not ICICI Bank, in '93. Mr. K.V. Kamath, who today heads the asset reconstruction panel for the central government, he was the chairman, he was the incumbent. And there was a proposal on the table to merge ICICI Bank with ICICI Limited. Reasons very simple. ICICI was 4 decades in, big brother, and Mr. Kamath, and I have privy to this because I was in Bombay at that time, questioned why should the small brother merge with the big brother, which is why should the bank merge with ICICI Limited, why can't it be the reverse? And he had an argument going on for 2 hours that day in the boardroom, saying it's banking and not term lending. You don't sit back, wait for the borrowers to come to Back Bay Reclamation to borrow, you hit the streets. And that banking culture is what will thrive over the next coming decades. And indeed he was true. He defied a lot of board members in the room and said ICICI Limited will merge with ICICI Bank and ICICI Bank will be the dominant partner. And look what's happened 3 decades down the line. I think it's important to ask the right question in terms of why merger, how merger, and what's the value proposition.
That's so important. And you know, Ramesh talked about looking beyond the Excel sheet. You also spoke similarly about that, about valuation that you get. The example that you gave was, you know, I think it's the best example that somebody can give on ICICI Bank. And you have been a finance professional for many, many decades, very accomplished right now in what you did. My question to Balu also would be that what should, from the finance books perspective, really from FNA accounting perspective, are there any do's and don'ts or things you should do or not do while deciding on growing, either be it organic or inorganic, that you think you can throw some light on that?
Sure, absolutely. I would answer this question very differently maybe 2 decades back because there was less information available in the public domain. There were less specialized M&A due diligence experts who would go and dust the books and look behind the almirahs and drawers. I think that whole situation has changed. In terms of basic hygiene, in terms of accounting policies, in terms of tax positions, in terms of directors' liabilities, in terms of past litigations, legal cases and all that, it's pretty much 90% available in the public domain. I think what tends to typically really go wrong in the accounting and tax domain is to the extent of the provisioning or the extent of liability that is out there, extent of external customer-induced claims that can come for various reasons. It could be warranties, it could be legal suits, it could be, you know, all sorts of competitors coming at you, vendors coming at you, which often it's hard to sort of decode from documentary evidence. Those pretty much become so large that, you know, the valuations go for a toss. I would say, given the extent of private equity money coming in, the VC funding coming in, the whole due diligence industry has gotten very, very sophisticated. You have specialists in this sector who are going behind the screen, making sure it's pick and span. It can get better, but I guess the surprise comes from not the files and the records that they open. It always comes from an unknown source, and you get hit badly. And it could be anything. It could be civil suit, it could be employee liability, it could be something that even the company was not aware.
Absolutely, and thanks for sharing your pearls of wisdom. For people who are listening, this is 25, 30 years of experience in finance talking to you. You would not get this stuff in the books so easily, because a lot of things that we have learned here is by doing and also doing wrong sometimes, a lot of times by making those mistakes. So thank you, Balu, for sharing that. We spoke about a lot of Indian organizations. We spoke about something about happening in Japan about M&A. But I guess things get really complicated in a really global scenario, right? When you are, suppose, an Indian company acquiring a US organization and vice versa. We know the complications that Tata and Chorus got into, right? That's like part of our management folklore. But again, there are good examples of Tata and Jaguar Land Rover. In the context of global mergers and acquisitions, and I think the right person to answer would be Manish, because Manish has a very global role across India, Africa, Asia, having a marketing role. I wanted to know your thoughts on what are, again, some of the things we should consider, Manish, before we even think about acquiring or merging with a global organization.
Yeah, that's very interesting, though there is no high rocket science algorithm-based solution. However, I'll try to summarize again out of my experience and the case studies around and few of the examples that you can see from the global tech firms or global e-commerce firms. It's very important if you go to any of the global firms who are expanding the business, it's very important about their objective, because you cannot achieve everything. You need to trade off between the matrices. And those matrices can be your revenue, your top line, your bottom line, your market share, your market capitalization, your valuation, your shareholders value, your basically planning of acquiring the new private equities and stuff like that. Profitability cannot come with scale. The scale and profitability has to go, it will go with a runway. And that's where it is very important. And I'll give you few illustrations maybe from industry or maybe the industry where I have been working for a long time. Maybe insurance industry. If you see most of the insurance companies in India, 24 life insurance companies, 28 health insurance companies, general insurance companies, 4 standalone health insurance companies. There are so many companies in India, but all the insurance companies in India, they have a joint venture between the Indian player and the global player. For example, Max New York Life. Today, it is not Max New York Life, it is Max Life. SDFC Standard Life. Maybe tomorrow it may not be SDFC Standard Life. So what happens, it's very important to understand that are we aligned in terms of purpose. And again, I'll give you one example where I worked in. So IDFC Bank and Sriram, they had a 3 years of dialogue to merge before IDFC got merged with some other company. The purpose of Sriram and the strength of Sriram is Aam Aadmi. They want to do the financial inclusion. So their customers are not the customers like all of us. Their customers are those customers who don't have the PAN card, who don't have the Aadhaar card, or now they may have Aadhaar card. I'm talking about 5-7 years ago. They may not have the Form 16, they may not have the ITR. So it is that segment of Aam Aadmi which is into seasonal unemployment or even the underemployment, which may not produce the right documents where a bank provides a loan. Even though banks have gone through a huge NPAs and we have so many examples. However, IDFC, when they were looking at merger with Sriram, they were looking from the top to bottom approach. Whereas Sriram, they are quite widely present in those parts of India where you may not get the top to bottom. You cannot build the book size very soon. Rather, you need to work very hard. It's like a 45 years of legacy in those places of India, which is called Bharat, which is not called India. And that's where they worked in. And that's where they want to propagate the importance of financial inclusion. Still in India, the rickshawala doesn't get loan from a bank, whereas a rickshawala needs the loans badly. And Mukesh Ambani does not need a credit card, but I'm sure everybody would love to provide him a credit card. So that's the irony. So when why I'm giving this example, because I've been serving financial services. On the one hand, I served Deutsche Bank. On the other hand, I served Sriram. And I must tell you this, that actually in a global scenario or Indian scenario, the purpose or the belief remains same. That is your purpose and the purpose of the company whom you want to marry is the same. Again, going back to my last example of marriage. However, another example I'll give you, and that's where it failed. It could not go off. Now the same Sriram today, Sriram Transport Finance, which every 6 trucks that you see in India, one belong to Sriram Transport Finance, and he knows about it. Sriram City Union Finance, Sriram City Union Finance, they are the highest seller of two-wheeler in India who cannot get the loan from the bank. Sriram Housing Finance, Sriram Properties, all the financial arms of Sriram. In the next 6 months, you will hear the news. And again, these are my personal comments. Now, disclaimer is mine. Next 6 months to a year, all these internal companies of Sriram, they will merge and they will become the Sriram Finance. And that point of time, it is not a consolidation. Rather, it's an internal acquisition with a common valued purpose saying that, hey, we are the largest Aam Aadmi finance company of India. Just give an example out of the segment. Another example which I'll give you, I served Mahindra Partners as a shadow board member, and Mom and Me and Baby Oil, they were the acquisition which was happening. So Madam was giving example of Akash and Bajus. So again, these are my personal opinions, how I see. Bajus, top to bottom, Akash, bottom to top. Do you feel that this merger might go too early to speak? But I don't know. Similarly, Mom and Me was the first company in India which was providing the apparel for the pregnant ladies also. Most of those equivalent segment, they were providing only apparels for the newborn babies. And that's where they had a USP. And the Baby Oil said that, hey, we have the digital segment and we like your USP and our USP is also digital. So let's marry in this way. And you won't believe they spent, it was overvalued, that acquisition. Unfortunately, The valuation did not go properly after acquisition and it is failed, in my opinion again. So there are so many, examples, even in the case of global, just to give examples since, they was giving examples from the global side. Walmart invested in Flipkart, 77% stake at 16 billion US dollar. One of the top 10 acquisitions of the world so far. To what level it will go? The founders have come out of Flipkart. They have started with other institution. I don't know how it will go. The point is, what do you want to achieve? You want to achieve profit, you want to achieve the customer, you want to achieve the, market share, you want to achieve the market valuation. Until that is aligned, you cannot grow. And that's where all of us have been talking about in the terms of purpose, in the terms of why, in the terms of objective, what we want to achieve. So bottom line from my side, if I need to see the business line today, all of us very fortunate in India that India has become the sweetheart of all the global investors and the global companies. But the matter of fact is, until your purpose aligns the purpose of the company who is going to acquire or merge, you are not going to basically accomplish. Max Life is still there, Max Life is still doing good, but New York Life is not there because they were not aligned. And there are so many examples in India. So, I'll keep giving the examples. But if you ask me, socio-cultural gap on one side, people, diversity on the other side. But the most important is, if your objective and somebody's objective and the why and what you want to achieve doesn't match, you should never marry.
Very, very interesting examples and all very relatable. All are companies that we hear about every day. Staying with that for a bit, and it can be the question to you directly or anybody in the panel as well. You spoke about an example of Shriram, different units of Shriram Life, for example, getting at some point, getting merged. It might or might not happen. But imagine it happens as well. There is a bit of a similar culture within Shriram that can actually facilitate that. It'd be much more easier in that sense. I'm just sensing that. But what happens, and you touched upon a bit towards the end, Manish, about people, right? What happens to that? I mean, how do we culturally integrate people? Whether it is within India, we have different cultures, but imagine doing it between India and US. Imagine Max New York Life taking over SBI Life. So what happens there? Might be, I want to invite Balu to share his comment, then if anybody else wants to comment on that.
Very apt point, culture and people. I lived it. This is back in 2010. I was part of Fidelity Investments, which is a Boston-based company. Boston culture, quote unquote Boston culture, East Coast culture. And the other company was called Fidelity International. This is all public information, so it's out there. This was a UK-based company, London culture, right? So the chairman, Mr. Ned Johnson, who's now probably 95 years old and one of the richest men in the world, used to be, now his daughter is, decided that, these two companies are doing the same business. They're in technology, they're in operations, fund management, analytics. Why are 1,000 people sitting in Delhi? Why are 2,000 people sitting in Bangalore? Makes strategic sense to get them together. And any finance guy would say, absolute cost synergy, same industry, your recruitment, vendor, buying, selling, salary, grades, everything is the same. Why don't you merge these two companies? And I don't know whether to call it pride or lack of pride, I presided over this marriage and also the divorce. Everything about the business plan, the reasoning, the numbers, the Excel sheet, as you call it, was perfect. You could not get it better. The best of minds worked on it. Best of consultants, the advisors worked on it. 5 years down the line, it failed. For the simple reason that the London culture did not gel with Boston culture, which was playing out in Bangalore and Chennai. Bangalore and Chennai mirrored Boston culture, consensus-based. No decision is made without consulting. UK, London culture was directive. You got to do it, you don't ask questions. That class of culture was played out in India. And India became I would say, the fighting ground for Boston and London to fight. And there was enough and more done at every stage to make the merger not go ahead, not succeed. So often I think we check the box on finance, strategic intent, market outcome, pricing, market share, all that is checked. We often, and of course, we also check system integration. If it's an e-commerce firm, you do a lot of due diligence around synergy on accounting systems and all of that. But you miss the culture. And that's today a service-oriented company, because service is the essence of everything that we today. You may be making cars, you may be making automobiles, but if you have a bad service in an automobile, in the dealer, your customer is going to walk away. If you don't get the culture right, most mergers will fail. And I think I read somewhere, mergers fail not because of strategic intent, most mergers fail because of lack of cultural alignment. And I have sort of lived through that to tell the story today.
Maybe I can add a bit from my side, since before joining Brisk, which is a global firm, I was typically working for a domestic company. When I joined Brisk, I was serving across 22 countries. When you speak to the South Africans, it's like 3.5 hours, away at a time. When you speaking to the Europeans, Austria, Germany, 4 hours. When you speak to the US, it is 18 hours. When you have a board meeting, you don't know, which gentleman and which lady is calling from which country, right? So it is only about the time. So when I get some of the WhatsApp messages at 4 o'clock in the morning when I'm in a deep sleep, I get some of the messages which I feel that I am sending in my official time, and the US guy says, hey, it is my sleeping time, why you're sending me this message? I said, no, it is urgent and it is important. You will have to reply to it. And I'm sure many of you students who are listening to me might face these kind of, basically situations at some juncture of your career. It is just one individual example, and like me, there can be millions of employees who must be working across the clocks and feeling this kind of imbalance, work-life balance, family life, of course the marriages, how to cope up with that. And this is what he's talking about, the culture and people. To address that in a macro way, more from the shareholders and the company point of view, and that's where the localization concept comes. So even though, let's say, Microsoft is there in US, Microsoft India also exists. If you really want to grow, may not be from the business expansion or FDI standpoint, I'm talking more from the culture, because the leadership creates the culture. So it is the leader who creates its own culture. And India being the country of 28, 29 states, every state talks different language, different demographics. If you go from Bengal to Andhra Pradesh, it's different. A student who goes from IT Delhi to IT Madras is a different concept. And same happens with, again, the culture. And so it's very important to have that localization touch while you behave. However, the belief has to be central. So I again repeat, the belief, behavior and business, your belief has to be central. Otherwise it will not. You cannot have 200 beliefs. If you are present in 200 countries, your belief has to be one, your objective has to be one. But you need to behave in a 200 ways, because you are dealing with a 200 different kind of the headcount, and that's where the human resources play a very vital role. That's where the customer satisfaction plays a very vital role. That's where operations play a very vital role, and that's where the support function has taken a very pivotal role in the accomplishment of any company's growth, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant point there. You talked about localization, because I've always wondered that, well, it might make a lot of strategic sense to have a merger, a lot of financial sense, but what if there is it doesn't make people sense? When you sense that, I don't think the cultures will merge and therefore there's a huge risk, then what do we do? I mean, we don't acquire it because it is important. Is there anything else, and the question could be to Ramesh or Saujanya, what else can we do if it is a lot of economic sense and we have to do it, but we see people as an issue? Is there a workaround? How can we drive that?
Let me pick up from where you made a point about Tata Chorus. So let's compare 3 Tata mergers stroke acquisitions, Tata Chorus, Tata JLR and the Tetley Tea. What went wrong in Chorus, of course, in hindsight, was possibly, there's one unwritten factor that the top office, corner office board only tries to improve shareholder value or the overall valuation of the joint entity. So, my base question still remains, what was the problem they solved other than increasing the valuation? or their ability to raise more capital. So the Chorus deal possibly fell because of that. Look at the Tata JLR. Collectively, what did they say? Let's make a better product for the consumer. Till it was Tata Motors, most of you would have seen how dilapidated junket they were creating as a product. With Tata JLR, they are now almost in the number 2 space in the SUV category, and very soon they will be the number 2 in the automobile passenger vehicle category. Tata Tetley, they were very clear that the supply chain or the production efficiency to be sold elsewhere in the globe is the vision. So that was the reason of the success. So, while we may talk about cultures, etc., now culture alone does not define the success of a merger. Many a times it is a demerger or delinking or the divorce, if you use the analogy, or in many cases, one has to be very clear that I am being in this relationship for the next 5 years for this benefit or the mutual benefit. For example, the Max New York relationship kick-started with Max's inexperience in that sector. The New York Life brought in all the experience. Of course, mutually they would have made profits, no questions there. It was not an acrimonious exit possibly, or it could be a strategic short-term merger or acquisition, or a demerger with a long-term vision. So the point that I want to make is, if there is clarity on these two questions I again raise, is what is the problem you solve and who are you going to serve? If it is only serving the boardroom, chances are that something could possibly go wrong, and then the culture down below driven by the top office is to, for a want of a better analogy, kiss the bottom on the other floor.
Yeah, I think two parallel points are going on here. I would like to share my thoughts on both. One, purpose being the core, no two thoughts about it. There has to be a common purpose and common goal for both the entities involved. Beyond that, coming to the cultural fit, what is the workaround? Is what you were asking. I feel that in my experience, when we have done mergers or acquisitions, we always start off along with the purpose question that we talked about, from the leadership's point of view. So often there might be, in large entities, I don't know how much this valuation games becomes the forefront, but in smaller companies, there is always a purpose in the leader's mind, which is at the forefront when we are thinking of inorganic growth. We bring out that purpose and then start off chemistry sessions. So we search for an ideal target and then start off chemistry sessions, not just at the leadership level, but all stakeholders levels. So which is employees, potential customers, because their experience as the user of a service or a product of these combined companies is going to be different. So for example, when SBI and SBH merged, taking bigger examples because it's common knowledge, the way the customers of SBH were treated was different from the way the common SBI customer experiences pan out. So that's been a lot of cohesion difference. There was a lot of confusion. Staff were facing that difficulty and also the customers. So for us, when we do these chemistry sessions, we do it at all stakeholder levels, mid-management, investors, leaders, of course the customers, and also the employee, the core employees. The second one that can be helpful in this kind of situation is communication. So co-opting them as the decision makers is something that has worked wonderfully well. So these chemistry sessions are organized not as a top-down indicative or a kind of a notice, but they're organized more of an exploratory session to identify and mark out the risk that can happen at each stage. So if there are risks identified, there are always mitigation plans, right? What can be done to counter these kind of risks that can come up. For example, if there is a cultural Boston or London culture difference, Then are there protocols or SOPs that we can agree on for the new company? I mean, it has to be treated as a new entity in itself, a combination of a mother and father producing a child with a different genetic structure, right? So once we understand that it is not about mother dominating or father dominating, it is about the new entity existing on itself, by itself, that is where it beautifully amalgamates and gives way for a new reality.
One more aspect which is very important for typically the students to understand is there are two kinds of businesses. One business which want to be built, so you want to build the business. And second kind of businesses is you want to buy businesses. Both are wrong. Both are right. There is nothing wrong in either of it. You want to build the business? Okay, Tatas are nice example in India. You want to buy business? You go and meet Mr. Piramal. He will tell you how to buy the right businesses and sell off the businesses in a right time. You may go to Mr. Junjunwala and he will tell you that, hey, which businesses you should buy, which businesses you should not buy. They're very important thing. When you want to build the business, you cannot see the short run and the medium run horizon. What you need to see is where you want to be 15 years down the line. Do you have enough cash flows in your account? Does your investors rely on you enough to ensure that your vision will be executed 15 years down the line? Are you young, smart, passionate, exuberant and passionate enough to be in that company for next 15 years as a leader so that you can drive the entire organization for the next 15 years? Very important. On the other hand, if you want to buy businesses, there are so many ways to buy businesses. One is, hey, I have a deep pocket, Amazons of the world, they can buy anything. Googles of the world, they can buy anything. But Facebook took a lot of time before buying WhatsApp. Because Facebook believes that, hey, I want to build a business, may not be in China, but rest of the world. So it's very important for you as a student and the future employee or the future employer or the entrepreneur, you need to understand is, what do you want to play the role as? You want to play the role as a private equity guy? You want to play the role as an angel investor? You want to play the role as a venture capitalist? You want to play the role as a Tata? Or you want to play the role as Mr. Junjunwala? And that is very important. So, and that will, basically carve the path in terms of what is the vintage, how many years of life that you have and what you want to achieve and how much speed, scale that you have so that you can accomplish bigger, better and faster. It's a very important word, bigger, better and faster. You want to achieve faster? Fair enough, inorganic is nice. You want to achieve better? Better in what terms? As an impact or as a valuation? As a profit or as a market capitalization? As a market share or as a revenue? These are the different matrices which you cannot achieve together in a 5 or 10 years of the time. And this is very important for, so my message to all of you is, you should always see inorganic growth from the various dimension point of view. And you know what, BCG or Ernst & Young or McKinsey or Deloitte or Accenture, they are very good organizations to consult your company or advise your company that, hey, you acquire this company. But until you see the guy for your daughter, you will never, get your daughter married to that guy, right? So that is the bottom line. So it's very important for you to see that, hey, are we aligned? If not, fair enough, with all due respect to BCG, you gave me the right advice. The financials looks awesome. The cash flow looks awesome. Everything looks awesome. But unfortunately, this is what not I want to achieve. And that's where very important point I feel in my personal capacity that you must understand. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I love that bigger, better and faster. Balu, you want to add anything to that?
So I think that's a nice segue into the conflict of organic or inorganic. Will I grow organic year by year, decade by decade? Classic example, automobile, you have Maruti Suzuki, you have banks, you have e-commerce, you have retail, the big retail guys. That's always an ongoing conflict in the boardroom. Do I acquire? I have cash, I acquire. And I think in the last 2 years, 3 aspects have contributed to that. First is the climate change. Climate change has impacted many businesses. I don't want to get into details. Each business is impacted. It throws up opportunities. Very, very attractive, but it causes a significant shift. Say, for example, would Tata Motors junk all their combustion engine cars and embrace electric cars overnight? Obviously not, right? It takes time. That's the first challenge. Second is the whole digital explosion has thrown opportunities and challenges and risks as well. The third of course, is increasing money pouring risk capital coming into the M&A space. I think VCs and people with money, including a lot of us who trade, are actually pouring money into the stock market. Right? There's so much cash available, ability to take risk is higher. Therefore, I think the conflict of organic or inorganic growth, right? So I just want to, I had the opportunity of listening to Professor Govindarajan. I think you should look him up. Tuck University, he's a master management guru. He's a professor. He came up with this about a decade ago. He had, this was even much more before pandemic. He has ideated the 3-box concept. Most large companies, if you're born digital, fine. You don't have a legacy. You do whatever you want. You fail or you succeed, it's your funeral, right? If you're not born digital, you existed like Tata Motors or Maruti Suzuki for decades together, he comes up with 3 principles. One is preserve the present. Your present could be your combustion cars, your retail brick and mortar stores, thousands of them across the country, across the world. You cannot close them overnight. You have to preserve that whole revenue model. The second is especially relevant post-pandemic. Selectively forget the past. The past that all your income is going to come from those goddamn diesel cars is not going to happen. Petrol cars even will fade out. You have to selectively forget the past that all my plants have to have hardware to produce engines. Your future plants will have to be designed very, very differently. Your whole retail strategy has to be omni-channel. That's the whole term that got introduced. That's really selectively forgetting the past, that this is the only way to do business. The third one, very, very important, is reimagine the future. You have to reimagine. Tata Motors or Reliance Retail or whoever, even including the insurance business, have to reimagine 10 years from now, how am I going to be selling? To whom am I going to be selling? What are the margins? Who are my going to competitors? Therefore, he says, today's large companies' challenge is how do you allocate resources to these 3 categories? Your people, money, resources, management bandwidth. Is everybody playing in the preserve the past? Then probably you'll not exist after 5 years. So how do you judiciously have people also reimagining the future? If possible, don't even keep them in the head office. Keep them in a place like this, very serene, calm, and be able to spiritually reimagine the future. Companies have done that. Classic case, Ola Electric. They put the plant in Krishnagiri. They have not mixed it up with the Ola mobility business, with a purpose, because they want people to think electric, right? So I think kudos to Mr. Govindarajan. He reimagined this 10 years back and very, very relevant post-pandemic.
Thanks for sharing that. I did not know about him. I'll surely look him up because it sounds very interesting. And every industry has its own nuances, right? You spoke about insurance, automobiles. The industry that Ramesh comes from is very, very intriguing. The organization I belong to, Ramesh, it's also in real estate, but more into services, financial services. We help investors buy and sell properties, and we come in between, right? But of the multiple hats that you wear, one of the hats is obviously you work for a realty firm. Can you give us some perspective about the landscape, about what is the M&A is looking like in that particular industry, in real estate in India?
So, continuing Manish's analogy of marriage, the marriage age has been recently been revised to 21. So, you have to be ready either to acquire or merge, both ways, the elder brother or the younger brother. Now, our real estate industry, if you really look at the history of the post-independence India, I can give you an example of, let's say, Delhi as the capital of the country. It might be of help to put it in perspective. In the year 47, when we got independent, the population of Delhi was about 3.5 lakhs only. By the year 1950, we were 12 lakhs. Okay, there was a Plausible reason, there was the partition and a substantial population moved from Pakistan to Delhi. Was the real estate industry ready for that kind of a supply creation? Housing, work, commercial spaces, etc. No. So there was some kind of a inorganic, a very organic mode of development. Wherever you find some space, you build a few houses and it moved. Sometime in 1961, the government realized then that we are already 20 lakhs. Because wherever there is a hub of commercial activity, more population flows in. So there was a process of master planning which was set in. Sadly, since the government was the supplier or developer, the demand always outshot the supply. Hence, a very peculiar mode of development happened. So, the reason I mentioned this story, we are already at 200 lakhs of population and we are still very far from mergers, acquisitions or large entity creation. Because the industry per se is immature. It is more mom and pop stores which have evolved into a larger financial entity, maybe not mature enough. So most are family run businesses. Now, how does a Heinz from New York come and talk to a mom and pop store? He may be, or the entity might be doing a 200 crore turnover. Likewise, when GIC from Singapore wanted to scout for Indian partners, the only one possibly they found was DLF. Or of late, in the last 5 years, you can talk about some deals which have happened in Bangalore, some in Hyderabad, some in Mumbai, some in Delhi. But we are experimenting. We as the real estate industry is just experimenting with the concept of mergers. So the first step is to create an SPV and jointly hold an asset and slowly move. The REITs as a concept has just moved in 2 years back into India. We are talking about fractional ownership of assets between the owners, etc., etc. So, to my sense is, to answer to your question, the industry has to be ready, the category has to be ready, whether it is residential, commercial, retail, and then talk about the larger relations. So, my personal sense is, yes, we hear horror stories about real estate. That is because a lot of good money is chasing bad projects, or it is talking to people who are possibly not yet ready for a marriage.
Very interesting. Yeah. Manish, you want to add something to that?
Yes, it's a very important, interesting fact, and most of you who are going to be the managers of future, you must understand that the industry segment is very different. For example, if you see insurance, and why I'm taking insurance because I have lived in insurance. In India, nobody gets up in the morning thinking that today I'll buy insurance. Nobody. People get up in the morning thinking that today I'll buy chocolate, today I'll buy shirt, today I'll buy trouser. Nobody thinks that today I'll buy insurance. Insurance is sold, not bought. It is sold. It is sold in the name of relationship, in the name of chacha, bhatija, and stuff like that. And that's what he was saying, that industry ready. So now, there are 54 insurance companies, but India has less than 4% of penetration. Market is big, and they have been in this industry for the last 20 years. You know, LIC 1956 to 2000, and then 2000 onwards, the privatization has happened. Big multinational companies, AIGs of the world, Allianz of the world are present in India, but still Indians are not excited about it. Where is the issue? Do you think that they feel that insurance is bad? No, they don't think insurance is bad. They feel insurance is important, but they don't buy because they don't feel it is urgent. Until somebody dies in somebody's house, or somebody goes to the hospital and they keep on paying, hefty checks to the hospitals. Then they realize that, hey, I should have bought insurance. Now, where is the solution? The solution lies with the distribution dynamics, and that's where inorganic growth comes into the picture. So do you think that, if you see insurance, and I'm sure students know this, 70% of the market in insurance is dominated by top 5 players of India. And it is not only about insurance, it is about everywhere, e-commerce, edutech, everywhere. So the point is, what will happen to the bottom 5? What will happen to the players who have burned their money, their cash flows are negative, they are trailing on customer acquisition, but still spending so much money? And that's where they have no choice to either marry or divorce from their existing ecosystem or exit. And that's where I was trying to, and again, I'm giving solution more from the insurance point of view, and that's where I work for InsurTech and FinTech company today. I'm not working for insurance or finance companies. It's not that they are bad. It's because they could not bring in the innovation. Still the consumer behavior of Indians are such a way, insurance, nahi kharidna hai. You know, loan, I don't believe you. NBFCs, I don't believe you. So Indians are still very skeptical about the word called insurance. Whereas you go to European countries, you go to developed countries, everywhere they say, hey, insurance is important, insurance is urgent. And everybody is well financed by the government, led by government. Even though you see the government schemes are there, Jan Dhan Bima Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, so many schemes are there, and trust me, 15,000 crore of the annual budget. So there is a lot of money. But why do you think where is the issue? I'll tell you where is the issue. The issue is with the how you sell, how you convince. I know, some time back, Mr. Menon was talking about, they forget that whom they are working for. Are you working for a customer who is in the nucleus of your atom? And that's where insurance should never be sold on the basis of relationship. Insurance should never be sold as a byproduct of investment. Insurance should be sold because it is important, and that's where you need to sell to the right customer in the right manner, thinking that it is a need of an hour. So what we did, basically, I'm just giving an example, what recently we did in the last 14th of December, we launched an app, Android app, called SureBuddy. It is first of its kind in India. You download the app, you see the ad, against the ad, you get the reward point, and the reward point will buy the premium for you. You are not buying insurance. So there is no intermediary, there is no agent, there is no chacha in between, there is no bank in between, there is no agent, there is no broker in between. So there is a plethora of the products. You want term plan, you want COVID plan, you want personal accident, you want permanent disability. All of you drive bike, right? Personal accident is the right product. Why you need to buy a pension plan when you are not even married? And many of your parents must have bought pension plan in your name, saying that, hey, tumhare chacha aaye the, we have bought this nice insurance policy which will give you, 20 lakh rupees when you will go to Harvard. No point. So the point is, until you bring the innovation in communicating with the customer through the innovative marketing strategies, you will have to find the way of inorganic growth. There is no way, because you will be in a bottom 15% of the tail. Whether you like or you don't like, you cannot build your business. Somebody will acquire it, whether you like them or you don't like them. That's the matter of fact, and that's where few industries, they must understand this. The innovation, you can love, you can hate, you cannot ignore. And that's where Plum, that's where Digit, that's where PolicyBazaar.com, and that's where CoverFox, that's where Turtle Mint of the world, they are making a mark today. Unlike 250 commercial banks, 150 scheduled banks, everybody is getting into the consolidation, and people are doing the dharna. In Delhi, if you go, syndicate bank, people say that, hey, we are in dharna, we don't want to get merged with some other bank, we are government employee, why we want to merge? Look at the irony today. Whether they like or they don't like, the chairman has already signed that the bank has to be merged. Recently, Andhra Bank, Syndicate Bank, and Corporation Bank got merged. They did not have any option because they did not bring the innovation under sales and marketing and communicating to customers. That's the point I wanted to.
No, very interesting. I hope that our mindset and behavior change towards insurance. It is more bought than sold at some point. I do have a reason to believe that thanks to, I can't say thanks to COVID, but due to COVID, some more awareness of health and life insurance has gone up. So hopefully that's one of the positive triggers that COVID can say. Right? We actually wish to go on, and thanks for sharing so many things of pearls of wisdom, your experience about about our topic. But we also want to open it up for Q&A, open for the students as well. But probably with one question, I'll probably ask Saujanya, and from your consulting experience, I'm sure there are times when you see when companies come to you and ask for advice about inorganic, organic, right? and you see some triggers, some red flags which tells you that, well, it's not the right approach. Have you ever faced that situation, and have you ever said no to a client saying that don't go for it, either organic or inorganic?
Yeah, I'll take a recent example. There's this design engineering company which wanted to get into embedded systems software, and they were talking about organic growth. But we said no to organic growth, not because of the capability of the leadership, not because of the capability, the business market opportunity, or too much of competition, but just because the relevant talent is not available. So to hire a team of 10 people who have relevant experience in this embedded systems, and that team coming together and cohesively working as a team to start servicing the clientele will take a year and a half. Whereas there are good teams available, small companies, I'm talking about SMBs here, there are companies of 25 people, 30 people doing $1 million of revenues in the embedded space. So it is faster to pick up those teams and merge them. There are definitely risks involved in doing the acquisitions and mergers, but there are provisions like share swaps, for example, making it reasonable for the incumbent company also, the founders of the incumbent company, and finding a way to make it economical, viable for both the parties involved. And that saves almost a year of time for both the companies. The mother company has better sales and marketing. The daughter company that is being bought has better embedded systems technology capability. So this is where we had to say no to organic, which has been the traditional form of growth for this mother company. We suggested inorganic growth, and we found them the partners, the plausible target company also. So yeah, there are cases wherein after study we realize there are some practical problems in doing one or the other approach, and it often happens that we end up finding a good target. So again, because of Startup India and other programs, there are so many enthusiastic entrepreneurs who are available in the market. It is very difficult to hire an entrepreneur. It's always that you have to buy them in, and you have to make it reasonable for them to have ESOPs or different structures to make it an acqui-hire rather than just trying to hire them as an employee. Entrepreneurial people with entrepreneurial mindset are not easy to come by. Again, from the example that we were talking about, today the world has changed so fast. Technology has become something which is not an option anymore. Every company, traditional, non-traditional, need to get into digital space, security space, climate change space. All these are not an option. And a traditional automobile company, why will it have all these capabilities? How will they build it overnight? Isn't it better to hire a team or acqui-hire a team or merge a team by providing them a share swap or some kind of reasonable structure to protect their entrepreneurial instinct and then grow together? So that is where all these interesting structures are working brilliantly in the entrepreneurial space, and consolidations are happening at a rate which is much higher than what used to be the situation 10 years ago.
No, I just want to add a sports analogy to this because we're talking about change, ambiguity. 1968 Mexico Olympics, Dick Fosbury, 6 feet 1 inch, was doing his last but one high jump. This was the final round. He was lanky, thin. The whole stadium stood up not to clap and applaud him, but to ridicule him, because here was a skinny fellow trying to attempt 6 feet 4 inches, I think. The whole stadium was laughing at him. This guy took a very crooked J turn, the J run to the stick, and jumped not with his head down, with his head up, and flipped his torso, landed on the bedding on the left side. And he had cleared not just 6.4, he had cleared 6.8. That forever changed the world of high jumping. And today, these days, I'm told they do 8 feet. So why did it happen? What did he do that others did not do for more than 70 years of Olympic history? Simple reason. He changed the way the high jump was done. Earlier it was scissors, they would flip one leg, then the other leg, be too afraid to not look at the sky because they didn't know where they would fall, break their back. So they were very keen on to know where they are landing. And those days, of course, sandpit was there. And then came straddle. They said, okay, let's move both the legs and then flip to the other side. Maximum 6 feet 2 inches, 6 feet 3 inches. This guy, Dick Fosbury flop, he invented the Fosbury flop. He realized two things were happening. One, people were not selectively forgetting the past, like I said. They were still thinking that there is a sandpit, I'm going to break my back. Sandpit was replaced by a very comfortable bed. Nobody had seen the change happening. And two is he experimented with the different types of jumping and realized that with the combination of a different way, he could attain different heights. So I think back to the point that you made, insurance is a core business, but the way insurance is sold has changed. SBI used to be a traditional bank. Why is that only last 10 years they went on an app? Because they obviously did not, they saw the change, did nothing about it. They observed it, but they did nothing about it. Or there are companies who don't even observe. The sandpit had changed, but I didn't observe. I think today, with the pandemic, I think companies are waking up to the fact that, the old norm is gone. Have I changed? And I think the Fosbury flop, actually you should watch that video. It's a phenomenal video. He has 70,000 people ridiculing him, and then after that there is silence in the stadium because he wins the gold medal with a very awkward jump.
It's become very common now. I didn't know that it was a Fosbury flop. Okay, that's damn thing. I should see that. And yeah, I think in a world of M&A, inorganic, growth, organic, there's no easy answers. That's what I think we have realized in the last 1 hour as we were talking. Good questions, but no easy answers. Sometimes you have to do differently, like that flop jump. Sometimes, that Sojan has said, that saying no is the most strategically important thing to do. We cannot always be saying yes. So that's also very, very important. We wish the stories and the examples continue, right? But at this point, typically I'll take a pause of my job as a moderator and you become the moderator for some time, which is that you get to ask questions to the panelists here. Anything that they have spoken about or anything that comes to your mind that not spoken about something about them in person, about them as a person also is very, very welcome. I'm sure that you will welcome that as well. So anybody with a first question? Are you going to pass the mic around in case? Okay.
So good afternoon to all the panelists. My name is Indriyit and I'm from the marketing specialization. So I think it is really an astounding session and from all the panelists. And my question is to Dr. Manish in special, right? I know you spoke about the mergers and acquisition in particular, but I want to understand from your viewpoint that where is the space where we decide that, okay, if both the companies have come together, but they're not delivering the numbers, okay, that we still want to go on first, and second, if after a point that the ceiling they reach and they say, okay, we want to break up. So which are these two viewpoints I wanted to understand from you?
Very interesting and very, very, very important question. Thank you. I would love to answer it, and I'll give you, I'll answer this question by an example. Bata, shoes, all of you must have heard of. Raymond company, you must have heard about. You can have a seat, no need to stand. If you see these two companies, at some point of time, they were into big losses. Big losses means big losses. They were like obsolete. Branches were getting shut. They were not getting sold. Employees were leaving, and they were giants. And Bata, by the way, is not an Indian company. Yeah? Most of the people think that Bata is an Indian company, that the brand equity is so high, and it has been for years in India. Yes. And they were making losses. Now, there were so many multinational companies which were in queue to acquire Mr. Sanghania's Raymond and Bata. Trust me, there were so many people who were happy to pay money. That point of time, The leadership team, and since you are a marketing guy, you will understand it. The entire CXOs, they sat down, and again, these are my personal opinion out of my basically word of mouth, which has spread from their board members. They said that, okay, selling is the last option, but we have been serving Indian customers in the last 40 years, and India's population has gone 3 times, 4 times. Should we leave this market and go to other market where we have never been to, and their population is nowhere as compared to this market? Or should we take a last effort? So you asked me what point. They had not even reached that inflection point. So their cash flows were still positive. So they were still positive in terms of PAT. The only thing which was happening was they were losing the market share, the customers were losing, a lot of attrition, and there was a chaos in the ecosystem. But after that, they hired Sushant Singh Rajput as a brand ambassador, and then they changed the entire design of Bata. And today is the history. Today you see Bata. Today you see Raymond. What Raymond did? Raymond said that tailor-made suits. You don't come only to buy clothes, there will be a tailor next to the shop, and you tell me which size you want, and that guy will even beat the fitting that you get from B91 or B93 of BlackBerry, or the slim fit of Zara, or anything. Our tailor is, eventually it is everything tailored-made. These two innovative ways, they did it. And today they are back. They don't need any private equity. They don't need any venture capitalists. They don't need any inorganic growth. So answer to your question is, what point? The point where your cash flows is going negative, your capex is going for a toss, and you feel that your opex, you are not able to manage with your long run revenue. And again, you need to find somebody where capital is required. That point of time, you have no scope. Aviva went back. Aviva was a giant. It went back. Whatever happened to Sahara, I don't want to comment here, but again, there are so many companies which were giant. Ambassador Cars, Hindustan Motors, at some point of time, they were giants. Kodak, some point of time, they were giant. So many examples in the world, in India, where they were giant, but they were not ready to change. So if you ask me, you should never think of inorganic growth until you feel that there is no innovation in your ecosystem, there is no change, and people are not open to change. That point of time, you must expedite your inorganic growth. Otherwise, you will never come to even the top 5. And forget the top 5, you will not even survive, you will die. So in my opinion, that inflection point where your cash burn, OPEX, and the balance of OPEX and CAPEX, which is 70-30 ratio or 30-70 ratio, is very important. This is again my personal opinion, but that's how I feel. Maybe somebody want to add, they can add.
I think that's a brilliant question, and I would completely echo Manish's point, and I'll give an example of ITC. ITC, I think 70% of the revenue still come from cigarettes. The rest comes from hospitality, then Wills, the Wills range of, and then agro. Now the reason, apparently, all of you know cigarettes is highly regulated, not very profit making and a declining business. They are making losses in hospitality. In fact, during the pandemic, they made cash losses. And agro is growing. The Wills is up against stiff competition. They believe that they can regain market share. The reason they are pressed ahead in the non-cigarette business, despite pressure from the shareholders, from the board and all of that, is their need to de-risk the cigarette business. They are on a long-range plan to reduce the revenue from the cigarette business, though they are making losses in the short term. Though I know it's not a merger case, but then it's a division. They'll press ahead for a strategic long-term intent of de-risking the cigarette business. ITC has got this, this thing that's a cigarette company. They want to fade away from that. Sometimes it's a longer strategic intent that makes you, despite the cash burn, maybe stay in the business.
You add something to it?
No, I just want to say the ITC move, the market has rewarded it also. The same move.
Good afternoon to the dignitaries present here. It was a very insightful session, sir. So as you discussed, insurance is being sold. and India's insurance sector is lagging when compared to other countries. So, and it should be more bought and not be sold. Insurance should be more bought and not be sold. So how should the consumer pursue insurance towards the development of the country?
I think I'll take the lead here. You can have a seat. And thank you so much for asking this question. I don't know how many of you aspire to join insurance. Trust me, when I was pursuing my MBA, I never thought that I'll join insurance industry. And matter of the fact that nobody wants to buy. So it is not only with the consumer, it also with the employees who want to join insurance. But trust me, it's a great sector to work with if you go out of India. However, answer to your question is, any product should not be channel-centric. Any product should not be channel-centric, it should be customer-centric. And that's where that product gets succeed. Whether it is a SaaS company, PaaS company, IT company, services company, anything, product-based company, services-based company. Unfortunately, in insurance, what has happened? The manufacturer, who is an insurance company, what do? They design the product, they do the underwriting, they serve the customer through claim. They don't reach the customer to sell. And who sells? Banks, brokers, agents. Now tell me why bank will take an interest in understanding the need of a customer when the product doesn't belong to you. And that's where insurtech companies come into picture. So what insurtech companies say, or it's not that I represent an insurtech company and I'm talking this, it says that why you need a intermediary to get a product when everybody has geos of the world where data is free. Everybody, you get 4,000 rupees. In 4,000 rupees, you get an Android phone, and the entire world is lying with that 4,000 rupees Android phone with geos of the world. You don't need anything. Why? You wanted your chacha to be sold insurance because you were not understanding 22 pages of the policy document and the 32 terms and conditions which were there with the insurance product. And why you buy two-wheeler insurance? Because cops should not catch you. Why you buy four-wheeler insurance? Because cops should not catch you. But there is no product innovation which has taken place in the last 15 years of the time. Products can be copied. Ideologies and innovation cannot be copied. And that's what I'm trying to say. So what basically you should do, you should bring in such an innovation that you don't need to reach out to the customer saying that, hey, this is what I'm looking for. And that's what Policy Bazaar did. Policy Bazaar said that, hey, you don't need to do 200 calls to know 200 premiums. You come to my website and you compare, and then you want to buy from policybazaar.com or you want to go to tataaig.com and buy, it is your wish. But I will give you the comparison. Aggregators. And this is what most of those companies, they started doing it, and where they are standing, you know. So the point is, how long way to go? Still, there are so many people who don't understand it, but the best way is create a product which is very simple, easy to understand, no jargons, no 24 pages policy document, and no such terms and conditions. Trust me, people will buy insurance. People will buy insurance, and as sir said, after COVID, things have changed. Today, most of the companies, they have increased the premium of term insurance, but still people are buying term insurance, but they are not ready to buy endowment plan. Because endowment plan, there is no point of buying because that gives you 2% CAGR over the next 10 years. Your FD rate of interest is more than that. Your debt fund, your guild fund, your securities fund, all these funds, they will give you more rate of return. So what you should do? You should have a term plan and you should have the mutual fund. If you are a middle class guy. If you are a high class guy, you should again have a term plan and you should have so many shares. If you are a low class guy, you should have only term plan. And this is where protection, safety, security and prosperity, which follows the cycle. So if you ask me, categorize the customer, choose the right product, we should go to the right customer and do it. And how it will happen? It will happen only when you will create a chassis-based marketplace on your mobile, everything on your touch, and customers should buy. Even they don't want to buy, there are so many ways in which they buy. As I gave you example of Shawbuddy. In Shawbuddy, nobody is paying. You must download the app. And once you download the app, you will see the point. Security guards. 19 lakh security guards are there in India. Do you think that they don't need insurance? But they cannot pay today. So they don't want to be sold by their chachas and bhatijas of the world. What they should do when they are sitting idle, they can keep watching that, get the reward point, and the reward point will pay to, let's say, XYG company insurance, and they are covered. Product innovation, number one. Distribution innovation, number two. And you need to bring more change in terms of understanding the need of the customer rather than selling. So it should be customer-centric, then the channel-centric, and that's where your penetration will go up, go high, and people will start respecting you as an industry. Today, nobody wants to work in insurance industry. They feel, hey, I will not be respected in this segment. But trust me, there are so many innovation. There is a scope of innovation which is taking place, which might take place. So again, out of the time concern, otherwise I can keep talking on this, but that's how I see the future. At least in the coming future, people have to change. You can love it, you can hate it, you cannot ignore it. The dynamics of innovation which is taking place in insurtech, fintech industry.
So on that slightly contrarian view, slightly only, I work with the government. I have reached out to a lot of remote areas. And the reason I think a lot of people compare, and rightly so, that they say insurance is under-penetrated in India, huge opportunity, fully agree. But if you look at the fabric, social fabric of the country, 31 multiple states, different languages, different culture and all of that. And you'll see this when you go into the hinterland. 60% of them, of our population, by the way, lives in the villages. We forget that. And if you look at how they're covered, almost 40 to 50% of them are covered with the state government insurance policy. They have Yashaswini schemes and all of that. Very, very low premium, sold not through technology. They don't understand technology. Many of them have smartphones but don't know how to pay premium. Don't understand insurance, forget about premium. They know the ladies, they have self-help groups in villages. They are the conduit for selling insurance. The post office, the Tahsildar's office, the district office, they are the conduits for selling these insurances. The awareness is conveyed in the local language, conveyed in social groups, in self-help groups, women self-help groups. I think if you add up all the insurance cover, plus the social security, plus the social fabric, of some of these people who live in the villages and their access to government healthcare. We often underestimate the government healthcare, and I've visited a lot of the PHCs in very, very remote, rural, even forest areas. They are fairly well equipped, and that came into play during the pandemic. If you take all that into account, while I agree there is an opportunity to maybe add another 10% penetration, but for a fabric, for a country like ours with our kind of diversity and knowledge levels and digitization, I think opportunity exists, but in the context of what the state is doing. I think often we miss that out. I just want to add that point.
Hello panel, I'm Priyanshi, a second year marketing student. Firstly, thank you for gracing the event and for the great discussion that we all just witnessed. Actually, I have two questions. Coming to the first one. So there was a discussion about the purpose of the organizations that are merging together. So let us say that the resources synergize or complement each other for the organizations, but the purposes don't. Will they grow? Like, don't you think that they will actually serve a greater purpose if they actually try to complement that too? And the second question is inorganic growth nothing else but speeding up the organic growth in itself for an organization?
So let me give you a real life situation which I am confronted with today, right? I work for a global scientist who's got many patents in his name, and we haven't productized most of them. A scientist by nature likes to spend 15 hours plus in the lab, and he likes to create and create and create. While they are backed by, let's say, the same scientist, when he was being backed by Swiss Farm, the pharma company took away his molecule and created products and sold it. Now today the scientist has or does want to create a company in his own name and create products. Now that is where the question of organic versus inorganic growth, because we are just born. So what is the problem that we have is, let's say, for example, on a derma product, there could be cosmetic companies, there could be pharmaceutical companies, there could be derma companies, there could be biotech companies. Now, if I put the feet on street strength of all these companies put together, it exceeds 100,000. So there are 1 lakh medical reps selling only derma products. Now, our challenge is, do we try and pretend that we are a science? We are the patent holder, we know the molecule, we know the product, or do we just dive headlong into an M&A kind of activity? The nature could be any. Now, the purpose that you talk about now is, do we go with an established pharma company? Do we go with a company which possibly only collects blood samples from home, or a lab? Or do we go with an institution like a government institution? So these are the challenges which actually define where we will end up at. Now the question of purpose is, what is our purpose? Merely knowing that molecular iodine can solve X purpose is not sufficient enough. It has to be productized, it has to reach at least 0.1% of the population, which is huge in the context of India. Just to give you a flavor of it, I'm not trying to hawk my science. Betadine or iodine has been in existence for 200 years. So it is not a new technology. We don't want anybody to download apps or anything. Everybody knows. Every science student, every lab technician knows that iodine does work. Now, there is a new variant of it, or there is a new version 6.0 of iodine, which is patented, which is certified in the lab, which everybody knows there will be a benefit. The cost of communication, the cost of taking the benefit to the consumer, the ultimate consumer, is so huge that we cannot even dream of doing a very organic way of growth. So the only way for fruition of our purpose is inorganic. So, if we find someone with the same mindset, it's not necessary that we are talking at the boardroom level mindset integration. It could be at the feet on street level. If there is a company which has 15,000 FOS on the ground, each MR meets 8 doctors a day, we are talking a huge number. We are talking a communication plan which exceeds that of Star TV. So these could be the nuances where you might have to work through.
Maybe I can add your answer to your first question, which was where the resources were aligned, but the purpose was not aligned. And there are 2 very burning examples across the globe. One was Google and Motorola merger. I don't know how many of you remember it. And the second is Microsoft and Nokia. If you see, who doesn't want to get merged with Microsoft? And the matter of the fact is, when you were 87% market shareholder of the world Nokia, and you were not ready to change, and the Apple and the Samsungs of the world were challenging you, saying that, hey, we are coming with the touch, you are still not on touch. At some point of time, you have to die. You wanted to get sold, and you sold to Microsoft. Now, every employee of Nokia, trust me, must have been very happy. I'm not sure, but this is what everybody, all of us can guess, that they must have been very happy that, hey, we are getting merged with Microsoft, happy days, our life is happy, we'll retire from Microsoft. It has been almost 5 years now. They are still struggling. Why? So that answers your question. So I leave that thought up to you to do more research. And another example is, Google and Motorola. Motorola people, employees must have thought, hey, happy days, we have been acquired by Google, the next god, happy days, we'll retire. They are still struggling. So there are so many companies where the resources are aligned, but if purpose is not aligned, somewhere you still suffer. Otherwise, we can keep going on, talking on the resource, case study, these case studies. But just to give you 2 examples so that you can do the deep dive into it, and you can understand that there are so many examples where every employee, every resources, every leadership, every CXOs are happy about the acquisition or the merger, but somehow the impact is not coming because purpose is not aligned. It's like a 5-monkey experiment. You just Google it, and you will understand the 5-monkey experiment. It's all about the 5-monkey experiment because your culture is not aligned. Yeah.
So great question. I think just to add a different flavor is I think you raised a very good point on purpose. I think it's also about what canvas, at what level you frame the purpose, and I'll give you a few examples. L&T said they are going to be in the urban infrastructure space, right? So what does that mean? That means they're in the road business, they're in water metering business, they're in electricity metering business. They're soon getting into electricity transmission. I think they're already in. They're in smart metering business in big cities. They are in urban infrastructure. They're in metro rail, right? So I think it's at what level you draw the purpose and then accordingly align the purpose. The classic another case from the yesteryears was Boeing. Boeing, I'm sure all of you know this, was a fighter jet company. After World War II, nobody needed fighter jets because nobody was fighting. The big war was over. The company had to wind up. But they redefined their business saying, we are in the airline, we are going to transport people through air. So they sort of created a higher purpose for themselves, and therefore Boeing is what it is today. They reinvented themselves, they went through a crisis and then reimagined the future and came back. So I think the purpose is you can be very specific about the purpose, you can be very broad about the purpose. The last but not the least is mobility business today, Ola and Uber. Ola has redefined it and they're okay making electric scooters in Tamil Nadu. Right? All of us said you're going to be in this whole mobility business of just dialing a cab. So it's the higher purpose that sometimes drives which businesses you have to get into, which ones you drop.
Also, I think this redefining purpose is something that we will all see very frequently now because change is something that has become imminent. So all companies, irrespective of an organic growth or inorganic growth situation, we have to rediscover ourselves. We have to stay relevant to the times we live in. And when that relevance comes, a purpose of yesteryear may not hold and we may need to rediscover our purpose again.
Just before you ask the next question, I think wonderful question. I'm sure the panel is loving it, but you also are conscious about the time. We can take one more question, and if the panel is okay, they can write to you, or if there are more questions, they are available through your CIC. Happy to answer those. But this could be the last question of the day, and that belongs to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, panelists. It's been a great session. Myself, Saurav Mishra, from pursuing finance background as my specialization. My question is, can there be any instance where two company merges to get into a new sector of market which is not yet discovered, following the Blue Ocean strategy?
We need to think about those examples now. Yeah, probably.
We are going through that. I'm personally experiencing the pleasure of your question. Personally, I come from a real estate background, but we are investing into a biotech setup, and we are looking for a supply chain company to take the benefit of molecular ID to the consumer. So we talked a bit about purpose. I still feel more than purpose, the key word for me is problem. What is the problem we are solving? If there is a problem we solve, there is a possibility of a merger. If there is no solution to something, then there is no. Purpose possibly comes after that. Most of us, either we react to a problem or we proactively, think through the next few years and start preparing for it. So in the case of our new entity, we are thinking through the potential of this problem. Just to give you a small example, 60% of India is in the rural, and dermal problems. About 440 million people suffer dermatitis or dermal problem. What is some derma problem? It could be the prickly heat. It could be smelly feet, it could be dandruff. End of it, everything is skin related. Now, that being said, from the Excel sheet standpoint, I know there is a market or a sizable market, but the cost of production, etc., when we extrapolate it, there is there is a slight bit of pessimism around the whole thing. The merger or acquisition or whatever we may call it. The time frame taken to communicate or reach to the consumer could be 10 years. So ideally, to answer your question, can we bring people from diverse backgrounds to solve one problem? And the problem is, how can we take a benefit to the consumer? And that is something that I'm experiencing, and there are multiple such examples in the Indian corporate history. Multiple. Reliance is one of them. Everything that they do, they're only solving a purpose, solving a problem. Their purpose is very clear. Their purpose is, I want to sell bandwidth. When they acquire an entertainment company, they're very clear, I'm solving the problem of content. Or when they acquire any other company, they're only solving a problem for the 500 million people they will have on their consumer list.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Maybe I can add by giving two dimensions to it. One dimension is, and I got one example out of my experience. So while I was working for Mahindra and Mahindra, Mahindras are famous for manufacturing. Typically they are the product-based company, right? Around Satyam's fiasco, there was a boardroom and there were companies like Infosys of the world. They were in a rat race to acquire Satyam because Satyam was going through, and there was inevitable, somebody had to buy Satyam. Mahindra's typical manufacturing company, and I was working that point of time. Mr. Anand Mahindra, he is like giant in the tractor business, truck business. So Mahindra tractors, if you see, they are the global players. You go to Africa, you go to Europe, you go to India, everywhere, they are the market leaders. Was there any need to get into the IT industry? And the IT industry where a company is notorious for scam and stuff like that. It is burning everywhere. People are talking bad about it. The share price has gone up and it has come down, and the founder is inside the bar. What should happen? But it became Tech Mahindra, right? And today, Tech Mahindra is the biggest profit maker after, of course, the Mahindra Motors in the ecosystem. The second is again the TCS story. So if you see, typically there are two dimensions to it. One dimension is, do I have deep pocket, and does my business carry a legacy, and I have a plethora and a portfolio of businesses, like sir was talking, that I'm into automobile, I'm into e-commerce, I'm in real estate, I'm Tatas of the world, I'm Mahindras of the world, I'm Reliance of the world. Hey, I can get into any new dimension, take the risk because I have an appetite, risk and return. I can do that. So that is one dimension. So I gave Mahindra example in that line. The second line, hey, I have a deep penetration coming to one product line, one expertise. Apollo, Max, they are known for healthcare industry. Max Hospitals, Apollo Hospitals. So if you see their other businesses, so Max has Max Neiman, Max Healthcare, Antara, which is an old age home. If you see their other all businesses revolve around the concept of healthcare. If you see Apollo, their entire businesses revolve around the healthcare. If tomorrow, let's say, Max will feel, hey, I want to come into the tractor business. Do you have the risk appetite to take care of the return? Answer may be yes, no. I don't know today, Mr. Naljit Singh, which part of the world he is in. People say that he started Astra in, South Africa, Cape Town. His son is in Spain. So he is not there. Max Bupa has been, sold. Max Life is under terrific situation. So the answer to your question is, if you have deep pocket and if you have a legacy of 70, 75 years, trust me, you can do anything. If you are Amazon of the world, you can do anything. But if not, you carry a deeper segment penetration. You need to be very careful because, some time back I was speaking to Mr. Jain and I was telling him that it is not an era of competition, it's the era of dominance. You cannot compete, you have to dominate. if you want to become the market leader. As simple as that. And that's where LIC is doing, that's where SBI is doing. Even if next 20 years, any insurtech or insurance company will feel I will, basically beat LIC, not going to happen. But there is a legacy, you need to understand it. So it's a polarization, unfortunately, in India. Whatever people say that, hey, Bajus of the world, but Bajus of the world cannot beat, I should not take the names, but there are so many education, maybe Symbiosis. It cannot beat the legacy of Symbiosis, what it carries, right? So that's how it is. Unfortunately or fortunately, in Indian, the consumer behavior, the belief factor is so high, you cannot take off, because since our childhood days, we keep learning from our parents, and we feel that whatever our parents have taught is still valid, even though we don't have any data to validate it. So that's the belief factor. So answer from my side, if you ask me, either you become the giant of the world, Amazon of the world, you can do anything. If not, you need to be careful before getting into that merger or acquisition.
You're okay to end on a lighter note? What's your name? You said finance person, right? Your name?
Sir, Saurabh.
Saurabh, you're a finance, pursuing MBA finance. So if you're Jeff Bezos, or if you're Richard Branson, you have a lot of money in your pocket. You could take a spin in the sky. You can do all sorts of ventures, burn your money, because that gives you a high.
Yes,
the reason I say this is often it's not always rational, not always logic that wins over. And I have a personal story to share. Fidelity Investments, Ned Johnson, good man, 96 years, little senile now. This was about 15 years back. He visited a tomato farm in New England, close to Boston. He loved those tomatoes, and he said, I want to buy this farm. And he spent $250 million. This was almost 15 years back. And that business, nobody would tell him no, because financial services company, mutual fund company, doing broking business, we know nothing about tomatoes. But the chairman loves tomatoes. Nobody can say no to the chairman. He's got money in his pocket. It is his money. There were 8 learned people, like all of you, but nobody would say no to Mr. Ned Johnson. So 5 years later, he lost $1 billion. Right? Classic example. So often we think acquisitions are all based on very purpose, rational and all that. Let's also be aware that there are acquisitions which are foolish from day one, but gets made. Right? Sometimes you have to listen to the guy who's paying you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. We started with Balu, and I'm sure all of you guys have thoroughly enjoyed the session. Your questions speak about that, but like all good things, this also would come to an end. Before I hand it over to the CIC group, my personal gratitude to the CIC team and also SIBM Hyderabad for giving me the opportunity to moderate the session with very, very accomplished panel. Thank you, Balu, Manish, Saujanya, and Ramesh for sharing your thoughts, your insights, and your experiences with us. And I'm sure the students have been benefited by your pearls of wisdom. With that, I hand it over to the CIC group.
Thank you all. As Debashish sir gave us a powerful head start for the panel discussion by giving significant examples of mergers and acquisitions, we got engrossed in the discussion already. Like Manish sir rightly mentioned, business is a proportion of behavior and behavior is a proportion of belief. Your words have added great proportion to our learning today. Thank you, Balasubramanya sir, for sharing your insights on how valuations affect the companies post-mergers. It was truly interesting to understand your viewpoint on the same. Thank you, Saujanya ma'am, for the elaborative explanation on reasons as to why a company merges and acquires and how it's not about the product or service, but about the USP the companies have. Thank you, Ramesh sir, for your insights on mergers, especially when you mentioned that merger alone does not mean success. The intention needs to be clear. Debashish sir could not have been more right when he said we won't get such knowledge from the books. Thank you all for sharing with us your professional experiences and wisdom that comes with it. I'm sure there is a lot of learning and knowledge to take back with us. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ravikumar Jain, Director SIBM Hyderabad, to felicitate our guests. First, we would like to call upon Mr. Debashish Ghosh for the same. Next, we invite Mr. Ramesh Menon. We welcome Mr. R. Balasubramanya. Next, we call upon Ms. Saujanya Bonda. We invite Dr. Manish Jha for the same.
Send me feedback about the books because I have picked up 3 books. One is The Learning Factory, Data, and Rule of Boards by Dr. Pritam Singh, and one very interesting one is Management Lessons Through Poetry. Poetry? So, by one of my friends here, Professor Masood Ahmed, here from Hyderabad. Nice. Interesting one. So, do give me feedback. And the 3 boxes, by the way, the 3 boxes is an interesting book by Vijay Govindraj. There's a book. Amazing. Pick it up. You also have audio. Yeah. The book is the book. So you have audibles also. So I guess his USP is simple and to the point. The reverse innovation man, one of the celebrated